Chapter 552, Middle Xiantian Realm. Chapter 552, Middle Xiantian Realm. Xingtian said, I also think the High Lord is making a big deal over nothing. Although this human's talent is decent, he hasn't developed enough that we need to bother with him. It would be better if we wait several years and have him solve some potential problems for us before we act again. In Skysplit Tower, letting the geniuses kill each other was the best method to solve all the potential threats. If two strong challengers fought each other, then one of them would be wounded. Lan Xing originally would have been considered a strong threat, but he actually fell at Lin Ming's hands. In any case, this is a direct command handed down by the High Lord. Since it's so, we have to handle this situation. This is mainly because he is a human. If he were a giant demon or Goliath, then High Lord would have been glad to train him. While cultivating in the practice area, Lin Ming was unaware of all that was happening around him. He was in a peculiar state. He grasped his spear, thrusting out again and again, without a single ounce of true essence infused into it. With Lin Ming's spear speed, he could have thrust out hundreds of times in a single moment, where even the afterimages would link together and where he wouldn't cause a single drop of water to splash if he hit a lake. But currently, Lin Ming's spear speed wasn't fast. Rather, it was slow to the point where even a mortal could clearly see it. Without true essence, without the limit of speed, Lin Ming's spear looked like it was from a martial arts rookie. If his old instructor from the Seven Profound Martial House saw him now, he would certainly criticize that his foundation was weak and give his spear play a bad grade. It was just that there was something special about Lin Ming's spear moves. Whether it was his speed or trajectory, both were constantly changing, giving off an unpredictable feeling. Sometimes it would start fast and then slow down, or start out in a straight line and then diverge midway. These strange spear moves seemed very uncoordinated. Time passed slowly. As the sand in the hourglass slowly dripped down, Lin Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's spear shadow began to twist. Although the purple comet spear was straight, it seemed to erratically flit around, like an ubiquitous phantom. 3 days passed, 5 days, 10 days. Before going into closed-door cultivation, Lin Ming had taken 3 fasting pills to ward off hunger. Now, he had completely forgotten about time and the match that was to be held in 5 days. In the dark, he practiced his spear, ignorant of everything else. In this practice area rich with infernal energy, the infernal energy was gradually pushed around by Lin Ming's spear powers. Every spear thrust was filled with killing intent. Although there was no true essence behind it, for some strange reason, when facing this spear, it seemed to be like facing an unstoppable army. The spear seemed to confuse space and time itself, making one unable to accurately determine just where the spear was. Lin Ming didn't know how many spear strikes he had practiced, but the great hourglass in the corner of the room had already been cleaned of sand. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. In that instant, all of the infernal energy he cultivated was coiled into a whirlpool that centered on Lin Ming's dantian, compressing into essence. Middle Xiantian Realm. Lin Ming let out a long breath, his heart overjoyed. He had finally broken through to the Middle Xiantian Realm. If he could enter the revolving core realm, he would have the ability to return to the South Horizon region. Lin Ming glanced over at the hourglass in the corner of the room. Because the sand had already drained down, he didn't know how long he had spent here. Every turn of the hourglass was 4 days, so it must have been at least 4 days. Over 4 days passed like that. Lin Ming was stunned a bit. He thought it had only been 14 or 15 hours. Xingtian said I had a 5-day deadline. I wonder whether I passed it or not. Well, even if I did, it doesn't matter. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then passed a sound-transmitting talisman to the young Fey girl. After he asked what day it was and then received her reply, he froze. It was the Silkfire month, Rainglaze Day. Counting the days since he entered, it had been a total of 30 days. He had cultivated here for 30 days. Lin Ming found this hard to believe. Although when a martial artist went into seclusion, it was normal if they did so for 8 to 10 years at a time. But Lin Ming had never experienced such a long closed-door seclusion before. Just like that, 30 days had passed in a flash. But for him, it felt like it had only been several hours. It was said that cultivation was timeless. If so, then when I reach the revolving core realm, going into closed-door seclusion for 30 days unaware would be nothing. If I were a life-destruction powerhouse or divine sea supreme elder, then even dozens of years might pass in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming looked inward and inspected his dantian and meridians. He found that in his dantian, the true essence cyclone, there had already condensed a bit of liquid mist. His foundation couldn't be any more solid. This sort of cultivation effect had far exceeded Lin Ming's hopes. I don't know if it's because I entered into an ethereal state or because of the high degree of my spiritual concentration, but the effects of these last 30 days have been far better than usual. Not only did I gain new insights into the concepts of space and time, but my cultivation has firmly stepped into the middle Xiantian realm. If this continues, I wonder if I can reach the revolving core realm before I turn 20 years old. Normally, a saint-level talent like Mu Qianyu would be able to reach the revolving core realm by 30 years of age. A normal emperor-level talent would be able to reach the revolving core realm at around 25 or 26 years of age. For someone to reach the revolving core realm at 20 years of age, that could be considered unprecedented within the Skyspill continent. F***CK. Big brother, we've been tricked by that boy. Shueman was angrily shouting in a restaurant. He had already let out the word that he would fight against Lin Ming 5 days after obtaining his 70-win streak. But then, not even his shadow was seen. Now an entire 30 days had passed by. This boy clearly knows he isn't my match, so he's trying to avoid me. He's hiding in his practice area and not coming out. In front of Shueman, Xingtian was also frowning. If Lin Ming stayed in that top-grade practice area, then there just wasn't anything they could do to him. That boy isn't as stupid as we thought. I thought he was a hot-headed emotional idiot, but to think that he was actually so cautious. Maybe he'll be like Lan Xing and hide away, cultivating for an entire year. An entire year. With his talent, then a year later, even if I can defeat him, I would still have to put in some effort. Shueman hesitated for a moment. Although he didn't think too highly of Lin Ming's current strength, he had to acknowledge that human boy's latent talent. It doesn't matter. Even if we give him more time to cultivate, he'll have to come out sooner or later. I remember that he only rented out that practice area for 50 days. If he just cultivates with nothing else, then there's no reason to come to Skysplit Tower to begin with. If he doesn't experience true combat, then he will inevitably encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation. There was no martial artist that could rely on just closed-door training to repeatedly break through the shackles of martial arts. They had to go into the wide world, experiencing and adventuring. As Xingtian spoke, a bright flame sparked in front of him. After hearing the message, he smiled and said, "Hey, I never thought this fellow to be so restless. He's already come out, and now he's bathing at the morning dew inn." Shueman's eyes brightened. "Then let's go to the martial arena. I wonder if this boy will dare to follow." Xingtian slyly smiled. "Don't worry. That sound-transmitting talisman just now was from that boy. He said to me that he forgot about the time because he was cultivating and that's what took him so long. He also asks me if he can make up the missed opportunity to enter the stage." Shueman listened, paused, and then burst out in great laughs. "That boy is really in a hurry to die. I thought he was being careful and afraid to come out, but now it looks like I was just worrying too much." Shueman, don't underestimate him. Although his cultivation is low, his strength isn't. He might have hidden trump cards, so be careful. Heh, don't worry, I'm well aware. News of Shueman's match with Lin Ming spread like a tidal wave. With a 70-win streak, Shueman was one of the second floor's top masters. The heavenly demon tattoo on his arm had already condensed 6 wings. At his level, it was already difficult to accumulate a higher winning streak unless he ascended to the 3rd level. With Shueman acting, it required notification ahead of time in order to attract all the masters. Otherwise, it would just be a complete blowout. Oh, Shueman is fighting today. In a deteriorated section on the 2nd floor's southeast area, a martial artist just obtained this news. Hey, if Shueman goes on stage, then he's just playing around. It's probably going to be a clownish mess. Another martial artist quickly dismissed the idea. Millimeter. Shueman is too ruthless, there are rarely any survivors. The average person wouldn't dare to challenge him, but Skysplit Tower's second floor is a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although Shueman is one of the top masters here, there are several martial artists that aren't weak either. There's a chance that one of them managed to break through a realm and declared war on Shueman. After all, Shueman has obtained a 70-win streak. If he were defeated, not only could someone obtain 7 slaughter points, but they'll also be able to take a certain portion of their winning streak. Let's go. We'll head to the martial arena and see what's going on. There were many people that shared this idea. Soon, a great number of martial artists gathered at the martial arena, quickly filled up the auditorium. Most of them had come to join in on the fun. Over 20 days ago, Shueman had just obtained his 70-win streak. Now within the entire second floor, there wasn't anyone that could threaten him besides Xingtian. Now with him personally going on stage, it would just be a bunch of theatrics, nothing much would come of it. In this group of people, Lin Ming had changed into a new set of blue robes and entered the martial arena. The reason that Lin Ming had contacted Xingtian was entirely for slaughter points. Right now, he only had a mere 2 slaughter points on him. Once his rental time was up for the top-grade practice area, he would not have the slaughter points to renew it, so he would have to go to a lower-level practice area. Lin Ming certainly didn't want this to happen. At this moment on stage, there was currently a match happening between a giant demon and a Goliath. Lin Ming glanced over before ignoring it. If the other party's strength was poor, then there was no reason to watch it. Lin Ming quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state, and sat with his eyes closed in meditation. Many of the surrounding martial artists recognized Lin Ming but weren't concerned with him. The reason that they came today was for Shueman. Although Lin Ming's limelight was bright, in the end he was still a newcomer and thus naturally inferior to an established powerhouse. You think that someone will challenge Shueman? A martial artist suddenly asked. I think Crazy Dog might do it. Half a year ago he challenged Shueman, and although he was defeated, he was able to retreat with his life intact. Against Shueman, there aren't many that can leave alive. I heard that Crazy Dog went into closed-door seclusion after his defeat. Today should also be the day that he comes out. It's impossible for Crazy Dog to come out. As far as I know, he still has 1 month left to cultivate. I think the one stepping up this time might be that Fey Sable Witch. Chapter 553, Fighting Shueman. Chapter 553, Fighting Shueman. As the people were discussing, Lin Ming heard the names of 2 masters, Crazy Dog and Sable Witch. These 2 individuals had strength that could be considered in the top 10. They already had the qualifications to enter the 3rd floor, but they refused and chose to stay on the 2nd instead. At this time, the match occurring on the arena stage was finally settled. The Goliath master was lying face down in a pool of his own blood before he was lifted away by the arena staff. But the giant demon master wasn't much better off. He had several severe wounds on his body, and he had used up nearly all of his demon essence. Congratulations to Zong Jiao for another victory. Now, this is already his 4th win. We applaud this victory and wish him greater glories in the future, a black-clothed referee announced as he stepped on stage, helping Zong Jiao leave. Then, an even more excited expression crossed his face. He shouted loudly, "Now I would like to cordially invite the Super Master of the 2nd floor who has obtained a 70-win streak on stage. Welcome, Shueman." The black-clothed referee's voice seemed to contain a tremulous power. When he announced Shueman's name, the entire martial arena broke out in cheers. Many of the Fey women issued piercing screams. Not only were they not afraid of Shueman's bloodthirsty nature, but rather, it was a symbol of his majestic and domineering nature. To the audience's loud cheers, the bare-chested Shueman carried a 2-bladed mountain axe onto the stage. He was 10 feet tall, and muscles burst out from his body as if his body couldn't contain them. His skin was dark like iron, and his hair was very peculiar, a tight bun twisted on top with everything else shaved off. Whether it was his head, face, or anywhere else on his body, he was entirely covered with scars, as if he had been hewed down by sabers, pierced by swords, scratched with claws, or torn with teeth. All of these scars could have been eliminated with some precious medicines, but Shueman happily left them on his body as mementos, because these were all the prized symbols of his countless killings. After Shui Man strode on stage, he stood there like an iron tower. The temperature around him lowered because of the thick infernal energy that coiled around him. Beside Shui Man, the black-clothed referee only reached his shoulders. The referee shouted, "In the last 4 months, Shui Man has come on stage 4 times. But no one dared to challenge Shui Man for 3 of those, so Shui Man has only won a single match during that period. Now, Shui Man has finally obtained his 70-win streak. If someone can defeat Shui Man, they can obtain 7 slaughter points as well as a massive amount of infernal energy and also a part of his winning streak count. According to the rules of Skysplit Tower, if the winning streak of the 2 opposing challengers had a difference over 30, then the winning party could obtain a certain portion of the winning streak. This sort of rule was to avoid situations in which someone appeared that was too overwhelmingly strong, and after just a few matches, would not find anyone else to fight them, only meeting empty silences on stage and thus be unable to accumulate a winning streak. Which brave martial artist is willing to challenge Shui Man and obtain ultimate glory? The referee's voice resounded throughout the entire martial arena. He poured demon essence into his words, causing them to reverberate through everyone's hearts. However, not a single martial artist was willing to budge. Shui Man was simply an ancient vicious beast in human form. His most terrifying aspect lay in his strength. In terms of brute strength, he might even surpass Xing Tian. Many of Shui Man's opponents had been ripped apart by his hands. He had even torn apart many treasures with just his bare fist. This sort of bloody and savage way of killing left people trembling in fear. If one were to be defeated by Shui Man, then their fate was to be torn apart. If this were a normal martial artist, then there might have been some experienced fighters willing to step on stage. But against Shui Man, no one had the courage to do so. What use were slaughter points, infernal energy, or winning streaks if one didn't have their life? The audience was in chaos. They began to turn around, looking for a martial artist that was qualified to step on stage. But Sable Witch and Crazy Dog were not present. There was Feng Ling, whose strength ranked around 5th or 6th in the 2nd floor, but he was sitting there calmly with his eyes closed, meditating, apparently with no intention of moving. If Feng Ling isn't going to go up, then is nothing going to happen? Some of the martial artists that deliberately came to watch the fun were disappointed. As everyone was speculating, Lin Ming stood up and crossed the arena. As he arrived on the edge of the stage, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Ming. On Skysplit Tower's 2nd floor, Lin Ming was already a bit famous for being the #1 newcomer, thus there were some martial artists that knew him and called his name. But a newcomer was still a newcomer, they were unable to compare with a veteran challenger. They were in 2 completely separate groups. The gap between them was just too great. Lin Ming wished to challenge Shui Man. Haha, young hero Lin, you must challenge Shui Man? The referee asked excitedly. Lin Ming against Shui Man, the #1 newcomer against a top veteran challenger. This would be an absolutely magnificent match. For this sort of great match, the martial arena would normally collect admission fees and the price would be quite high too. Yes. I want to challenge Shui Man. Lin Ming unquestionably said. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly spread throughout the entire martial arena. Suddenly, the entire martial arena quieted in response. Lin Ming had disappeared a month ago, chance was that he had gone into closed-door cultivation. And now, after leaving, the first battle he chose was actually to fight against Shui Man. Shui Man's savage reputation had already spread throughout the entire Skysplit Tower. It was impossible that Lin Ming wasn't aware of the great pile of bones that Shui Man rose from, and yet he still dared to challenge him. This act, this self-confidence, could only be described by one word. Crazy. If Lin Ming was a complete newcomer, then others might say he was a stupid fool. But 1 month ago, Lin Ming had gone against all odds and killed Lan Xing. Not just that, but it was a completely one-sided affair. With this battle on his belt, no one dared to call Lin Ming stupid. Because he had the capital to act arrogant. However, Shui Man had already obtained a 70-win streak. And in this case, besides Shui Man himself, no one knew where the limits of his strength were. Even though Lin Ming had absolutely no data on Shui Man, he still dared to challenge him. This self-confidence, this rampant and aloof nature that went deeper than bone, caused the audience to tremble with fear. What a frightening young man. No one was discussing what Lin Ming's chances of winning were at this moment. Just the fact that he stepped up was an act that the martial artists present couldn't help but admire. Even the sixth-ranked Feng Lin did not have the guts to do this. Seeing Lin Ming calmly step on stage, a martial artist suddenly realized something. He quickly picked up a sound-transmitting talisman and lit it. Third brother, there's about to be an explosive match in the martial arena. Hurry up and come. I'm busy right now. What the hell sort of explosive match are you blathering about? Isn't it Xueman going on stage this time? I thought no one would dare to face him. What sort of fool decided to bring death onto himself and challenge Xueman? The martial artist was currently pressing a beautiful Fey woman underneath him and venting all of his pent-up emotions. After he received the sound-transmitting talisman, he reluctantly responded to it. I don't know whether he's stepping up to die, but the one on stage isn't an idiot. It isn't Sable Witch or Crazy Dog, or even Feng Lin, but is the number one newcomer, Lin Ming. Chapter 554, Supernatural Strength. Chapter 554, Supernatural Strength. What? Are you joking with me? The martial artist that had been happily enjoying himself was suddenly shocked. In a sense, Lin Ming challenging Xueman was even more startling than the Sable Witch or Crazy Dog. The Sable Witch's strength was more or less understood, but Lin Ming's strength was an enigma. If he could fight Xueman and even make him struggle, then that would be an incredible feat. If this was true, then not only would he be an emperor-level talent, but one that was among the upper echelons. Save a seat for me. I'm coming right away. The martial artist pushed off the sexy Fey woman. The Fey woman fell onto her butt, giving a yelp as she rubbed the pain away. The martial artist ignored the woman's charmingly cute anger as he tossed on some clothes and rushed over to the martial arena. This scene repeated itself in many places. There were powerhouses that came not just for the fun, but also to see what sort of hidden strength Xueman and Lin Ming had. Of these two, one was a current superstar of the second floor and the other was a rising nova. Having a better understanding of them and the second floor was only beneficial. In the future, if they encountered some incident that was related to this, they could be safer. The referee intentionally slowed down the start of the match in order to allow the streaming martial artists to enter the stadium. All of the martial artists that were already inside did not need to pay an admission fee, but the rest of the martial artists that arrived had to pay an admission fee of 80 blood demon crystals. The audience in the martial arena kept growing larger and larger. Xueman looked at Lin Ming with hunger in his eyes. Hey, little boy, you've got guts to come up, you're quite good. It's too bad. You once had a future, and even a chance of becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. Do you know why I love to kill geniuses? That's because every time I imagine these future overlords of their lands dying by my hands, my blood boils with ecstasy. As Xueman spoke, a crazy light appeared on his smiling face. But Lin Ming only looked at him with calm indifference and said, "So, you're saying that in our battle there will be no giving up, and death will decide victory and defeat?" Victory and defeat? Hee, you don't seem to understand the gravity of the situation you're in. When we start, that will be the beginning of my grand killing feast. Xueman suddenly extracted his axe and smashed it against the ground. With an explosive sound, cracks spread out like a growing spiderweb. Even the strange golden floor underneath the tiles was ripped apart. This simple movement had caused a gaping hole to appear in the ground. Xueman's brute strength was truly startling. Lin Ming glanced at the hole in the ground. He slowly leveled his purple comet spear and said, "Show me what you've got." He truly didn't know where the limits of Xueman's strength lay. In this match, he would not underestimate his opponent. As you wish. Earth Splitter. Xueman shouted. Without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match, he grasped his axe with both hands and rushed towards Lin Ming. The physical strength of a Goliath's body was in no way inferior to a giant demon's, and Xueman's own strength was that of an extreme top master. As he dashed forwards, his charging impact strength far exceeded everyone else on the second floor. As Xueman shot forwards, all of the tiles underneath his feet shattered under the pressure. A terrifying imposing aura erupted out of him, as if he himself were an unassailable army of one. The entire audience trembled with fear. Lin Ming stared at the rushing Shui Man and his mind unconsciously fell back to the battle array disc he had seen. That 8th stage life destruction senior had faced a similar situation. When the quasi-emperor giant demon had rushed at him, that senior had sent the giant demon flying away with a single sword strike. The trajectory of that strike path appeared in Lin Ming's mind. In that instant, Lin Ming was enlightened. He did not open the heretical god force. Instead, he directly faced Shui Man, his spear-thrusting force. His strike carried the potential of raging rivers and towering mountains. Nobody expected that Lin Ming would actually meet Shui Man in a head-to-head collision. The purple comet spear was a flexible spear. The spear shaft was as thick as an arm and 9 feet 9 inches long. This weapon was meeting the impact of a mountain axe that weighed tens of thousands of jins. Not just that, but Lin Ming was only a human. Humanity had never excelled in frontal combat and matches of pure strength. Madness. Absolute madness. In that moment, everyone had this idea pass through their hearts. However, they weren't able to say anything in that split second. The purple comet spear was like a violet dragon that crashed into the vast sea, mercilessly meeting the mountain axe. Bang! The spearpoint and axe blade collided, the two completely disproportionate weapons ramming into each other. Light shot out everywhere. True essence and demon essence twisted together in a vortex of energy that shot into the sky. All of the surrounding tiles were completely torn off the floor, and massive amounts of crushed stones shot out like arrows. All of the martial artists that sat in the first row were overwhelmed by the shockwave of energy that surged over them, causing their blood to overturn. They had no choice but to push their bodily true essence to the limit and barely resist this force. Of these people, none of them were weak. The reason that they had been pushed back in such a distressed manner was completely because the outbreak of energy was too strong. The crushed stones burst apart into fine sand. Lin Ming was forced back a few steps, a faint surge of blood rising in his throat before he suppressed it. But in comparison, Shui Man was sent flying backwards. His hand was shattered, and the blood vessels on his right arm had exploded, causing blood to shoot out. Bang! Shui Man heavily crashed into the ground. He shouldered himself with his mountain axe as he knelt on a single knee. The tiles underneath him had completely exploded. He looked at the blood that dripped off his right hand, and then turned towards Lin Ming. His eyes began to fill with horror, panic, disbelief. For many years since he had become infamous, he had tasted defeat. But among his peers in the younger generation, there had never been someone that could force him back in a battle of brute strength. Not even Xing Tian could do this. But today, he had been pushed back by someone that was not only younger than him, but also a mere human. How could this be possible? It wasn't just Shui Man that was shocked. All of the martial artists present were shaken to their cores, and the entire martial arena was drowned in a deafening silence. This battle had originally been ambiguous. After all, there was still a small number of people present that thought Lin Ming could defeat Shui Man. The reason for this was that 1 month ago, Lin Ming had easily defeated Lan Xing. But none of them imagined that in a frontal collision, Lin Ming would actually send Shui Man flying back with just his strength. Lin Ming had even shattered Shui Man's hand and caused his blood vessels to explode. As for Lin Ming himself, he had only been forced back a few steps. What sort of strange strength was this? Was this fellow really human? This boy called Lin Ming, could he have cultivated a body transformation law formula? The black-clothed referee mumbled to himself. He had heard that in ancient times, humans had once practiced body transformation law formulas. But there were great differences with the ones that the giant demons cultivated. They were extremely difficult to practice. One had to invest over dozens of times the resources, and in battle, it was inferior to the essence-gathering system. Because of this, these body transformation law formulas were judged as weak, and slowly lost to time. That shouldn't be the case. Not to mention that the human body transformation law formulas are pathetic, but they are also extraordinarily difficult to practice. And even if he did, he shouldn't have such amazing strength. This damn fellow, could his talent really be so outrageous? Or perhaps he ate some sort of heavenly material or treasure. It wasn't just the black-clothed referee that was guessing. After a short period of stunned silence, the audience began to discuss this unexpected scene. Lin Ming had actually directly rebuffed Shui Man. Not just that, but his cultivation and age were far lower than Shui Man's. Humanity had always only been able to rely on their slightly better speed and perception. Since when did they become so fierce? On the martial stage, as Shui Man listened to these martial artists discuss amongst themselves, his heart bubbled with shame and anger. Being forced back by a human was his life's greatest shame. Well done, boy. You have successfully enraged me. Now, I will have you die without leaving a corpse. Chapter 555, The Power of Conception. Chapter 555, The Power of Conception. With a great shout, Shui Man's aura erupted. His black muscles originally had a beautiful red sheen to them, but now it looked as if they were leaking blood. That is the supernatural demonic blood law. Some of the audience members were able to recognize Shui Man's special technique. Shui Man came from a great 5th-grade Goliath sect. The supernatural demonic blood law was a top cultivation method within that sect. With the supernatural demonic blood law active, Shui Man was currently in his most fearful incarnation. Shui Man is going all out now. He underestimated that boy once and suffered for it. A giant demon said. He was one of those that were hoping Lin Ming would be ruined. You idiot, don't be stupid. It's true that Shui Man wasn't using all of his strength in that last attack, but how do you know that the human boy was using all of his? Just wait and see. This is a true fierce melee between tigers and dragons. I really have no idea what that human boy has cultivated. As several people were speaking, they suddenly felt a cold air around them. It was like a chilling wind was seeping into their bones, causing them to shiver. Millimeter. A martial artist turned and suddenly froze where he was, his breath caught in his throat. Close behind him, a giant demon was standing. This giant demon towered there with a massive heavy sword strapped to his back. As the giant demon locked his eyes onto the arena stage, his face darkened. Xing Tian. Within Skysplit Tower's 2nd floor, Xing Tian was synonymous with king. With Xing Tian's appearance, everyone was silenced, afraid to take even a breath. Xing Tian had actually come to watch the match. Several martial artists in front of Xing Tian were spooked. Xing Tian hadn't appeared in the martial arena for over half a year. On the arena stage, Shui Man also saw Xing Tian appear. This caused his face to twist in a grimace. With a loud clap on his own chest, he had personally guaranteed he would solve the problem known as Lin Ming. But now, Lin Ming had forced him back with a single strike. Just what sort of pride did he have left? Boy, I will kill you, Shui Man shouted out, waving his mountain axe around as he rushed towards Lin Ming. This time, he did not intend to hold anything back. He would tear Lin Ming to pieces. Lin Ming looked at Shui Man and took a single step back. His hands held onto his spear. He had no intention of opening the heretical god force. After breaking through to the middle Xiantian realm, Lin Ming wanted to test his own limits, and he also didn't want to expose too much of his strength. After being focused on by Shui Man and Xing Tian, Lin Ming began to slowly discover that something was unusual, as if someone was eyeing him. If so, then keeping a bit of his strength hidden would always be helpful. The massive mountain axe became a giant cloud of bloody demonic energy. From afar, it looked like a roiling sea of blood. Lin Ming took a sudden step back and used golden rock shattering the void, his figure instantly blurring into numerous afterimages. Ever since he had obtained a deeper comprehension of the concept of wind and the concept of space, Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void had already firmly stepped into the 2nd layer. Now, using this technique was as natural as breathing itself. You stupid fool, stop your futile struggles. In front of absolute power, all skills become meaningless. Break for me. Bang. The axe light suddenly skyrocketed, covering the entire martial arena. This way, no matter how elegant or superb Lin Ming's movement technique was, there would be no room to dodge. Kai kai kai. Lin Ming's afterimages were all engulfed by this demonic blood cloud, twisting into nothing. But, Lin Ming himself was also caught in the vortex of this demonic blood cloud. The raging axe light relentlessly crashed into Lin Ming's body, chipping off his bodily protective true essence as it fiercely collided with him. With the sound of tearing silk, Lin Ming's protective true essence was broken apart. His clothes were ripped off of him as a small trace of blood flew into the air. Drawing back dozens of feet from this storm, Lin Ming stabbed the purple comet spear into the ground to stop his momentum. But because the inertial force was too great, his spear sliced into the ground, creating long furrows that were dozens of feet long, nearly ripping open the entire martial arena. As the audience saw this scene, they all began to scream out. In the last move, Lin Ming had gained the advantage. But now, Shui Man had instantly turned the tables. If this continued, then no one knew just what the outcome would be. Xing Tian stood in a corner, a relaxed expression fading from his face. Although Shui Man's attack had forced Lin Ming back several dozens of feet, Lin Ming had only been slightly injured. These injuries simply weren't enough to affect his battle efficiency. This damn boy, is his body made of iron? Xing Tian was aware of just how terrifying Shui Man's strike was. All of Lin Ming's bodily true essence had already been torn apart, and the demonic blood cloud was ripping into him. If it had been a normal middle Xiantian realm martial artist, then their entire body would have been torn to shreds after being struck by that axe light. But Lin Ming had only experienced a minor superficial wound. Lin Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. After completing tempering marrow, his entire body was comparable to a treasure in toughness. Moreover, he also had a freakish level of regeneration. This tiny wound wasn't anything at all. Shui Man's attack is amazingly fierce, but it contains no concept, nor does it have a concept attack, it simply lacks soul. It's far from being enough for me to fear. It's just that his demon essence is far too thick. If I want to defeat him without opening the heretical god force, it may be a bit difficult. Lin Ming turned around and glanced at Xing Tian in the stands. At this moment, Lin Ming understood that for some unknown reason, Xing Tian wanted to kill him. Shui Man was only a vanguard pawn that he had assigned. As my existence violates the interests of the giant demons or Goliaths. Lin Ming sneered in his heart. He did not fear the enemy, but that didn't mean he was stupid enough to expose the entirety of his strength to the enemy. If he had, then the one in front of him today wouldn't have been Shui Man, but a much stronger opponent. Lin Ming, suffer death. Shui Man rushed forwards once again. Wherever he trod, the ground beneath him burst apart as he waved his mountain axe around. Lin Ming's pupils shrank, and his mind touched upon the heretical god seed. Finally, and quietly, he opened the heretical god seed. There was no need for him to bring out all of the compressed true essence in a single burst. He only needed to use 30 to 40% of its strength. This way, the heretical god force would last longer. A spear thrust out, and an endlessly growing azure true essence howled forth. Ding! Lin Ming's spear struck the axe's edge. The triple thunder soul fused divine demon steel needle shot out, flying towards Shui Man's eye. Humph! Shui Man suddenly drew back, his axe cutting down on the divine demon thunder soul. It was no secret that Lin Ming had a thunder soul. Shui Man was already prepared in advance. Catcher! The divine demon steel needle exploded into pieces as it was cut apart. A red and purple electric light violently flew out, stabbing straight towards Shui Man like a venomous snake. Out of my way! Shui Man gave loud shout. As he roared, his voice fused with true essence and physically manifested. This was a sonic attack. It was a similar attack method to the 7 Profound Valleys Zither faction. The sonic wave and streaks of lightning collided. True essence surged out like a tidal wave, and the energies began to melt against each other. During this intense impact, several invisible and intangible purple strands of light penetrated the sonic wave, flying towards Shui Man. Bang! In that instant, Shui Man's body shook. Countless earth-rending thunderclaps sounded in his ears as his spiritual sea came under the spiritual assault of the disenchanting dream light. In the combined physical and soul attack, Shui Man was able to fend off the purple flood dragon divine thunder and blood-extinguishing demon thunder with his countering sonic wave. But he actually wasn't able to break apart the invisible disenchanting dream light. Damn! Shui Man's eyes widened, blood red. But at this moment, Lin Ming took a step forwards. He activated another 20% of the heretical god force's strength, and thrust his spear out at Shui Man. Destruction. All of his will and strength was poured into this strike. The purple comet spear seemed to instantly pass through space as it appeared in front of Shui Man. With his spiritual sea disturbed, Shui Man was paralyzed. Even so, his eyes flashed with a savage and crazy light as he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself awake. But by this time Lin Ming's purple comet spear had already reached Shui Man's front. Shui Man moved a step too late. In addition, his mountain axe was inferior to the purple comet spear in both flexibility and speed. There was no longer any time to block it. "Boy, I bet everything against you," Shui Man shouted, and his axe cut down at Lin Ming. He actually wanted to use the method of savagely pitting their lives at each other. Since he could not dodge, he had to bet everything on this desperate move and try to force Lin Ming back. As Lin Ming saw Shui Man coming at him with the intention of dying together, he grimaced. If this was normal times, then he didn't mind engaging in a battle of attrition, trading wounds until one of them fell. With his 100% complete tempering marrow and his terrifying defensive abilities, he knew he would be the last one standing in that situation. But currently, he was being eyed by Xingtian from the side. Lin Ming naturally could not give him an opening. Lin Ming drew back. As he shot his spear out, the path of the purple comet spear seemed to undergo some strange change as an incredible scene took place. In terms of length, the purple comet spear was obviously shorter than the giant mountain axe. As they say, an inch longer, an inch stronger. By all rights, if the mountain axe reached Lin Ming, then the purple comet spear shouldn't have pierced through Shui Man yet. But what happened was just the opposite. Lin Ming dodged Shui Man's mountain axe, and at the same time his purple comet spear pierced through Shui Man's chest. Blood shot out and blood-drinking seals erupted. Shui Man gave a muffled cough and was thrown backwards. But Lin Ming had escaped the direct attack of the axe and was only struck by the axe light. His bodily true essence was broken again, and the blood in his body tumbled, but he quickly suppressed it. What's wrong? What just happened? Lin Ming obviously hadn't thrust at Shui Man before he retreated, so how could his spear injure Shui Man? As the audience saw what happened on stage, they were all shocked. That strike from Lin Ming contained a very bizarre and incongruous feeling. In a near-impossible situation, Lin Ming had dodged Shui Man's attack while simultaneously thrusting his spear at Shui Man's chest, piercing him and sending him flying backwards. It really is the concept of space. This damn boy. Xingtian's complexion grew uglier. Lin Ming had already exposed that his spear skills were fused with the concept as space as early as his battle with Black Rat. At that time, not many people had cared. But now his concept of space had clearly progressed another step further. The concept of space was an elusive and obscure ideal. There had been countless heroic Fey elites who could not perceive it through meditation no matter how hard they tried, but Lin Ming, a mere middle Xiantian realm boy, was able to perfectly apply it to his spear. This boy's growth is too fast. If I let him be, sooner or later he will become a catastrophe. Xingtian's eyes flashed with a thick killing intent. On the martial arena, Shui Man crawled up from the ground. A shockingly gaping hole was punctured in his chest, and a massive amount of blood was gushing forth. To a Goliath, it was a wound that he was just barely able to continue from. "You bastard. I'll kill you." As Shui Man spoke, he coughed blood between every word. Lin Ming frowned. He's really persistent. It's a pity that my comprehension of the concept of space is insufficient, otherwise my spear could have stabbed deeper and I could have made the blood-drinking seals implode from within his body, then he would surely have died. Chapter 556, Xingtian declares war. Chapter 556, Xingtian declares war. Lin Ming frowned. He's really persistent. It's a pity that my comprehension of the concept of space is insufficient, otherwise my spear could have stabbed deeper and I could have made the blood-drinking seals implode from within his body, then he would surely have died. I will rip you apart. Shui Man grit his teeth and revolved his demon essence to the limit. A 3-foot thick crimson beam of light shot out from him. This attack was completely formed from demon essence. Shui Man had already been pushed to the edge of desperation. Uselessly stubborn. Lin Ming raised the purple comet spear, his eyes full of indifference. On the tip of his spear, the power of space trembled and a bloody light flashed. Blood seal twisting murder. The spear thrust out, bringing with it an immense spiraling power. It was just like a spinning arrow. This was the defense-breaking technique of the great desolate halberd art. With the revolution of blood-drinking seals grinding away the demonic essence cloud and washing it away, and adding in Lin Ming's advantage in true essence and the utter suppression in ability, this spear was unstoppable. The axe light broke apart, and the dazzling python-thick spear light reached Xueman's front. Ah! Xueman let out a heaven-shaking thunderous roar. I refuse to lose here. Heaven and earth axe. No matter what, Xueman was still a battle-hardened master who had experienced countless fights. Although he was being completely suppressed by Lin Ming, he still wouldn't give up without a struggle as he saw Lin Ming's spear coming at him. To defend himself, he immediately withdrew all of the overwhelming demon essence in the air and cut his axe down at Lin Ming's purple comet spear. Your attack has no concept, and most importantly of all, it has no soul. No matter how profound your cultivation is, everything you do is useless. With a flash of bloody light, Lin Ming's spear drove away the mountain axe. The blood-drinking seals split the wave of bloody energy apart. With the concept of space fused into the purple comet spear, the spearpoint pierced through space, instantly appearing in front of Xueman. At this time, Xueman was no longer able to resist. Puff! Xueman's bodily protective demon essence was torn apart like thin paper. The purple comet spear thrust straight into his chest. A powerful spinning force erupted within Xueman's body, twisting his heart into ground meat. A stream of blood shot out from behind Xueman. Lin Ming's spear had pierced all the way through him. You! With his heart crushed, Xueman's face was distorted and grotesque. He glared at Lin Ming, his eyes bursting with absolute hatred. Let's die together. Xueman gave another shout, his axe cutting towards Lin Ming's head. He had already lost all rationality, and there was nothing left but a crazed husk. But how could Xueman, who had lost all sanity, possibly wound Lin Ming? Lin Ming's feet trod with golden rock shattering the void, and his figure instantly disappeared from where he stood, leaving nothing but a phantom image behind. Catcher! Xueman's large axe smashed into the ground. Aye! Xueman's eyes began to glaze over. The purple comet spear was drawn out, and a fountain of blood sprayed out from his chest. As Xueman's vision gradually blurred, his eyes passed over Lin Ming and fell onto Xing Tian, who was standing in a corner of the martial arena. Xing Tian's expression was grim, and his vision was filled with thick murderous intent. Big brother! Xueman wanted to say something else, but his skin burst like a broken water bag. A mass of bloody fog shot out from his body, quickly condensing into a blood-drinking seal. At the same time, the heavenly demon tattoo on Lin Ming's arm seemed to come alive, waving its claws around as it guzzled all of the infernal energy that dissipated from Xueman's body. Xueman's infernal energy was too rich. After the second pair of wings full-formed, a third pair began to take shape. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it gradually became more and more clear, until it finally stopped just a bit away from being a complete six-winged heavenly demon tattoo. The moment that the heavenly demon tattoo stopped growing, a red light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes before quickly fading. After Xueman died, the audience of 6000 to 7000 was left in utter shocked silence. For a very long time, no one spoke a single word. The truth was that ever since Lin Ming first injured Xueman, a great number of people expected that Lin Ming might be victorious in the end. But seeing this scene happen in front of their eyes still left them dazzled in disbelief. Xueman had long been infamous on Skysplit Tower's second floor. He already had the strength to enter the third floor. In the second layer, Xueman was synonymous with slaughter, cruelty, and absolute tyranny. His reputation, his 70-win streak, had been built upon 70 corpses. Xueman's brutal and barbaric nature caused those who knew of him to tremble. Over the years, his phantom had long been ingrained within everyone's minds. None of the top 10 ranked individuals of the second floor dared to accept his challenge. But now, that Xueman had actually died at the hands of a human newcomer. As for that human's age, he was at most in his early 20s, and his cultivation was only at the early Xiantian realm. Powerful defense, incredible strength, a thickly condensed true essence completely at odds with his cultivation, and in addition to all that, his comprehension of concepts and laws. This fellow. Xian Tian gazed at Lin Ming, his expectations set. As long as Lin Ming didn't die, his future achievements would be boundless. Lin Ming, victory! The middle-aged referee shouted as he stepped onto the arena. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes held a touch of awe. Young hero Lin, will you continue your challenge? No. Lin Ming flatly refused. After his war against Shui Man, he was no longer in his best state. Not just that, but there were many masters present that wanted to take his life. Haha, it's good to take a rest. The referee guffawed. Young hero Lin has such great strength at such a young age. In the future, your success will be limitless. Thank you. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He took Xueman's spatial ring and turned to leave. Lin Ming. As Lin Ming was about to leave the stage, a deep voice suddenly sounded within the martial arena, echoing through every nook and cranny. Lin Ming's footsteps paused. He glanced over and saw that the person speaking was actually Xing Tian. Xian Tian, the king of the entire second floor. With just a few words, he caught everyone's attention. Xing Tian smiled. Lin Ming, you have really surprised me. Out of all the young human elites that I have encountered, your talent is by far the most outstanding. But even so, I never imagined you could defeat Shui Man. You have truly given me a great surprise. Good. Good. Very good. Xing Tian said good 3 times in a row, but his eerie and ominous aura carried a thick killing intent. Lin Ming was silent for a moment, his eyes burning brilliantly as he stared at Xing Tian. Just what do you want? Hee, simple. Since you can kill Shui Man, that means you already have the ability to fight me. It's been a long time since anyone on the second floor has interested me. I hereby challenge you. Do you have the guts to accept? These words shocked the entire audience. Several thousand eyes that were focused on Xing Tian swiveled to Lin Ming. Xing Tian had challenged Lin Ming. For a moment, everyone was silent, stunned. Xing Tian was easily acknowledged as the #1 master of the second floor. He hadn't fought for over half a year and had instead been diligently cultivating. Half a year ago, there had once been a master on the second floor who was more powerful than even Xueman. Xing Tian's last battle had been with him. Ultimately, Xing Tian had killed his opponent and cut off his head. At that time, Xing Tian's strength had already far surpassed Xueman's. Now that he had gone into closed-door seclusion for half a year, no one knew just what the limit of his immeasurably deep strength was. No one expected that he would challenge Lin Ming. This would be his first match in 6 months. In this situation, would Lin Ming agree? Would he even dare to agree? In the massive martial arena, no one made a single noise. The audience waited with bated breath as they looked towards Lin Ming for his answer. One was the top king of the second floor. He had dominated the martial arena for years and remained undefeated throughout. The other was the king of the newcomers. He was the super genius that had killed Lan Xing and Shui Man. He was definitely a peerless genius amongst his generation. Without a doubt, if Lin Ming was left to freely grow, then he would one day surpass Xing Tian. But the question was whether or not Xing Tian would give him this chance. Perhaps he was afraid that Lin Ming threatened his status, or perhaps he was worried that he would one day fall under Lin Ming's hands. Regardless of the reason, Xing Tian had decided to act preemptively. This approach was not glorious, but neither was it wrong. Heh, too scared to accept. Xing Tian jokingly grinned. Lin Ming laughed. It's not that I don't dare, but it's you who is a coward. Although you're smiling, the truth is that your heart is already racing with panic. Lin Ming's words were sharp, piercing right into Xing Tian's deepest feelings. Xing Tian was truly panicking. Lin Ming's exponential rate of growth had left him panting in fear, thus the reason he decided to take initiative. Xing Tian frowned and his eyes filled with a brilliant killing light. You are arrogant to the extreme. In Skysplit Tower, the arrogant die the quickest. Haha, then according to you, if I agree to your challenge, doesn't that make me even more arrogant? Lin Ming retorted, leaving Xing Tian speechless. You sure spout enough crap. Do you dare to fight me or not? Lin Ming faintly smiled. Why wouldn't I fight? But, the time will be decided by me. Xingtian was startled. This boy, he couldn't be thinking of delaying the match by a year, right? But in Skysplit Tower, if Lin Ming retreated to his practice area and didn't come out, there was nothing he could do anyway. Xingtian nodded. Fine. 1 month. 1 month from now, we will decide life and death. Lin Ming's voice resounded throughout the entire martial arena. In his fight against Xue Man, Lin Ming had still kept a large portion of his strength back. Defeating Xue Man wasn't much more difficult than defeating Lan Xing. This was mainly because Lin Ming had broken through to the middle Xiantian realm, and his strength has risen by another level. Even with so many cards still hidden, Lin Ming still set the fight to 1 month from now. This wasn't because he feared Xingtian, but rather he was apprehensive of the mysterious power that backed him. Lin Ming would eventually enter Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor. Compared to the 2nd, the 3rd floor was truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Dangerous opponents would simply be everywhere. He had to set aside some time for himself to grow. 1 month. Xingtian sneered. He had thought that Lin Ming would set some ridiculously long time, but it was only a single month. Lin Ming had just broken through to the middle Xiantian realm, so it would be impossible for him to break through to the late Xiantian realm in such a short time. As long as he didn't make another breakthrough, then any growth of his strength could be handled. 1 month. Good, I will wait for you then. Xingtian readily agreed. The quiet martial arena audience suddenly burst into noise. 1 month from now, Lin Ming would fight Xingtian. No one understood where the limits of Lin Ming's strength were. But at the same time, no one understood what Xingtian's limits were either. This was a battle in which both sides knew nothing about the other. When Lin Ming fought Xue Man, he must have been hiding most of his strength, otherwise how would he dare to fight Xingtian? This is too terrifying. For that battle to reach such a point, yet he was able to still hide his strength. A martial artist suddenly realized this. Lin Ming wasn't stupid. If his strength was only that great, then wouldn't fighting Xingtian just be delivering himself to die? So what if he's hiding his strength? His opponent is Xingtian. Lin Ming's 1 month deadline is just too short. The martial artist who spoke didn't think Lin Ming would win. The fear of Xingtian's formidable strength had already been deeply entrenched in his psyche. The unfathomably deep Xingtian. Lin Ming, whom none knew just what strengths he was hiding. This battle caused the two martial artists to feel incomparable anticipation. Chapter 557, Ancient Tome. Chapter 557, Ancient Tome. In his practice room, Lin Ming was looking over his heavenly demon tattoo. The tattoo had 3 pairs of wings. The first 2 were already fully formed, and the third was quite clear. I'm only a step away from being a 6-winged heavenly demon. Xue Man's infernal energy was too thickly condensed and potent. If I didn't carefully train in suppressing my inner thoughts, then even I would have been affected by the infernal energy. Although I wouldn't have lost my rationality, it would have still affected my character. A human's disposition would always change because of various factors. But Lin Ming didn't want his character to change because of infernal energy. Lin Ming took out Xue Man's spatial ring and withdrew everything inside. There were several boxes of medium-grade blood demon crystals and a small box of high-grade blood demon crystals. There was also a massive amount of pills, jade slips, and treasures. This Xue Man was far, far richer than Lan Xing had been. Lin Ming roughly estimated the goods. There were around 80 to 90,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals and over 70 high-grade blood demon crystals. This was truly a terrifying amount of wealth. Xue Man killed nearly all of his opponents. It wasn't surprising that he had accumulated this much wealth. As for those jade slips, most of them were cultivation methods and secret manuals. Xue Man came from a large 5th-grade sect. These cultivation methods were worth quite a bit, but they weren't too useful to Lin Ming. He swept over everything and was preparing to put it away, when suddenly something caught his attention. In the messy pile, Lin Ming found a simple wooden box. As he opened the box, there was an ordinary-looking jade slip within. Near this jade slip was an extremely old tome of bound skins. Lin Ming first picked up the jade slip. Inside were some notes recorded down by Xue Man. The Goliath language was the same as the giant demons. Lin Ming was completely able to understand it all. Lin Ming kept examining it, and several phrases popped up to him. One was High Lord Shuiyang. In Skysplit Tower, a 10-winged heavenly demon was called a High Lord. This High Lord Shuiyang was one of Polari's city's 12 High Lords. Whenever Shueman mentioned High Lord Shuiyang in the Jade Slip, his words were filled with great reverence and respect. This was a sort of respect that came from the depths of one's heart, and even a bit of fear. This caused Lin Ming to be incomparably surprised. In his view, Shuiyang was an extremely rampant and cruel individual. How could he possibly respect someone out of his heart? Just what was so special about this High Lord Shuiyang? Besides this, there were several other words that caught Lin Ming's attention: Eternal Demon Abyss and Demon God Bone. Shuiyang's Jade Slip mentioned these things, but the records weren't too clear. In the end, Lin Ming wasn't able to tell what these were. Looking through, there wasn't any more valuable information. Lin Ming then put away the Jade Slip and turned his eyes towards the old tome. As Lin Ming opened the tome, he saw that inside were portraits of giant demon and Goliath martial artists. They should have been rubbed off and copied from stone carvings. Near every portrait was written the person's name, brief life story, and also their specific cultivation. Most of them were Demon Emperor level powerhouses. Among these individuals were characters from tens of thousands of years ago and even ones from just a few thousand years ago. Without exception, they all shared one trait. All of them had died. Regardless of what sort of peerless, legendary talents they had once been, or what sort of overweeningly arrogant, undefeatable existence they were, whose mere presence could move the entire holy demon continent, all of them had died. Who were these people? Why were their portraits rubbed into this tome? How else were they connected to each other? As Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts, his mind suddenly shook. In the tome, there was a face that he had seen before. This person held a bloody 10-foot-long axe. He had a full head of flaming hair, and his expression was grim and dark. This face was similar to the fierce red demon that Lin Ming had seen when he absorbed the shattered demon heart crystal. Could it be? Lin Ming's eyes fell over to the notes of this portrait. In them was written, Netherworld Great Emperor. Born in the Holy Demon calendar year of 36,500, died in the Holy Demon calendar year of 39,700. He lived for over 3,000 years. This man's talent was comparable to a demon god. He achieved the Demon King realm at 24 years of age, entered into the Quasi-Emperor realm at 50 years of age, and reached large success of the Devil Arts at 60 years of age, entering into the Emperor realm. The Netherworld Great Emperor searched for 100 years to find a rival. Finally, he strangely went missing, falling from the sky after 300 years. His cause of death is still unknown. After Lin Ming saw these notes, he was dumbfounded. The Netherworld Great Emperor who had founded the Silent Demon Emperor city was actually in this tome. Without a doubt, the unknown cause of his disappearance was because he went to the Sky Spill continent. Since he had gone to the Sky Spill continent, how could the author of this tome have known where he had gone or if he had perished? Lin Ming was lost in thought as he continued to read. After several pages, he saw a surprising figure, the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor is actually in this tome. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to the 3,000-year-old Netherworld Great Emperor, the Demon Emperor was far different. He lived for tens of thousands of years before finally soaring up into the realm of the gods. Even there, he was a heaven-shaking figure. Finally, he had joined in the siege of the verdant Feather Holy Land. He was truly a legend among legends. This figure that had existed tens of thousands of years ago had very little information left behind about him that still existed. Even so, this ancient tome actually had it recorded. As Lin Ming looked over the notes near the Demon Emperor's portrait, there was only a handful of words. Demon Emperor. His birth was ominous and his death was ominous. Cause of death is unclear. They even knew that the Demon Emperor had died. Lin Ming felt his heart go cold. The Demon Emperor had died in the realm of the gods. After suppressing his shock, Lin Ming continued flipping through the tome. The figures behind were from tens of thousands of years ago. Some didn't even have names, let alone cultivation realms. Halfway through the tome, not only were there giant demons and Goliaths, but even humans, fae, and other races began to appear. Of course, these were all earth-shaking peerless geniuses of their times. Most of them were at the emperor level. Those that hadn't reached the emperor level were those that had died at a young age. Normally, this was below 50 years of age. But all of these individuals that perished were the absolute heaven-defying talents of their generation. They often reached the revolving core realm at 24 or 25 years of age, and then stepped into the life-destruction realm at 30 to 40 years of age. In other words, these individuals might not have reached the emperor level, but if they hadn't died they definitely would have become peerless emperors. This tome had recorded all the top geniuses for the last tens of thousands of years. Since this ancient tome is a collection of rubbed images, there should originally be carvings somewhere. But just who carved so many powerhouses? Lin Ming couldn't help but wonder this question. It had to be known that the powerhouses here were all extremely secretive in their actions. So how could the sculptor know whether or not they died? Not just that, but the portraits in this tome all had extremely lifelike expressions. For instance, the Netherworld Great Emperor and the Demon Emperor were all extremely similar to what Lin Ming had seen in his memories. But the Demon Emperor was a character from tens of thousands of years ago, so how could someone possibly know how to carve his visage? Lin Ming's heart filled with doubts. Since he couldn't figure out the reason, he closed the tome and placed it back into his spatial ring. It's useless worrying about this now. My match with Xingtian is only in 1 month. I have to seize all the time I have left to practice. After Lin Ming killed Shui Man, he had accumulated an additional 7 slaughter points. In addition to his own 2 slaughter points, he now had 9 in total. This was enough for him to freely practice in a top-grade area. Lin Ming took out some high-grade blood demon crystals from his spatial ring. He grasped one in his hand and placed 9 more on the ground beside him. Using 10 high-grade blood demon crystals together could be considered an ultimate luxury. Even someone like Shui Man would only use a single high-grade blood demon crystal at a time and never do something so wasteful. It had to be known that Shui Man only had 70-some high-grade blood demon crystals in his spatial ring. If he used them so extravagantly, then they would only last at most 10 days. Lin Ming did not care about the costs at all. As long as he could increase his cultivation speed, any price was worth it. The Great Desolate Halberd Art was originally a top cultivation method manual. In addition to the rich infernal energy in this top-grade practice area, the support of a 6-winged heavenly demon tattoo, and the function of the ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming's cultivation speed could be called astronomical. And like this, 10 days passed. All of the high-grade blood demon crystals were completely used up. Lin Ming left his practice room and went straight to the second floor's city square. He found the fat fae that he contacted several days ago. As soon as the fat vendor saw Lin Ming, his entire face was covered with a humble smile. 10 days ago, the story of Lin Ming killing Shui Man had already spread throughout the entire second floor. The fat vendor was very clear as to how strong Shui Man was, yet such a legendary figure had died under Lin Ming's hands. Now that he saw Lin Ming, he felt his heart jump. "Young hero Lin, how may I help you?" The fat vendor asked with his hands down, a respectful smile plastered on his lips. "Have you exchanged for high-grade blood demon crystals as I requested?" "Yes, there should be a total of 100. Please count them." The fat vendor took out a box and opened it. The inside shined with radiant high-grade blood demon crystals. Lin Ming glanced over it. The number was correct. As according to our agreement, 100 of these is a total of 11,500 medium-grade blood demon crystals. "I'll give them to you now." As Lin Ming spoke, he took out 11 boxes of blood demon crystals. The fat vendor nervously laughed. "Young hero Lin is too polite." "Well, how about we go with the lowest price? I don't want to overcharge you. 10,000 crystals should be fine. We'll go with what we agreed." Lin Ming counted out 11,500 medium-grade blood demon crystals. He wanted to exchange the massive amount of medium-grade crystals he had for high-grade ones as soon as possible. If he shorted the fat vendor of money, then he might be able to trade 1 or 2 more times, But eventually the fat vendor wouldn't be able to endure the loss and Lin Ming would have to find someone else. Then I thank young hero Lin. The fat vendor laughed, his eyes narrowing. I'm only doing what's necessary. This time I want to trade for more high-grade blood demon crystals, the more the better. Also, I want to have you sell some things for me on commission. I'll give you a 5% cut. Don't play tricks on me. I have a general idea of how much it will be. As Lin Ming spoke, he took a spatial ring off his hand and tossed it over to the fat vendor. The fat vendor immersed his soul force into the spatial ring and casually swept through it. He suddenly became secretly startled. Nothing in this ring was of low value. The treasures were mostly left over after Lan Xing and Xueman's deaths. If he completely sold everything, including the jade slips, pills, and so on, then it would be no less than 100,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. If he could take a 5% cut, then that was 5,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. This was not a small amount of wealth. The fat vendor's breath quickened. He puffed out his chest and slapped it in guarantee. Young hero Lin, please feel relieved. I will never have the guts to take advantage of you. It's best if you can change them all into high-grade blood demon crystals. I have no need for medium-grade ones. Young hero Lin, rest assured, I will handle this matter with absolute grace. Chapter 558, The Match Begins. Chapter 558, The Match Begins. Cultivation passed without sense of time. 1 month of practice was just too short. Clearwind Pavilion was one of the few restaurants in Skysplit Tower's second floor that was opened by humans. The restaurant had an elegant design and brusque atmosphere. The waitresses were all beautiful young human and fey women. At this time, in a great lobby of Clearwind Pavilion, several longsword-carrying blue-clothed martial artists walked in. I want a feast of blood sheep here. A youth called out. Blood sheep were a sort of high-quality vicious beast. Not only did they taste delicious, but they contained a very strong inherent blood vitality. Eating them was of great benefit to the human body. Of course, this sort of blood sheep feast had a correspondingly high price. Good, come in. With such a lavish customer in front of him, the waiter attentively greeted them before going to the kitchen. Haha, big brother, recently it seems as if us humans have been able to win some glory. At least, we aren't despised by those fellows everywhere. This is all thanks to Sir Lin's limelight. Within Skysplit Tower, there was only a small number of humans, and their strength was relatively poor. Whether it was on the first floor or second floor, humans were the minority group that was always being pushed around. Because Lin Ming killed Xueman and even accepted Xing Tian's challenge, he had gained glory for humanity. Because of the lingering fear of Lin Ming, the other martial artists on the second floor did not dare to bully the humans there. Tomorrow should be when Lin Ming and Xing Tian's decisive duel will be. I have no idea what Lin Ming's chances of winning are. The man called Big Brother looked around 25 or 26 years old. He wore a blue scarf around his neck with a blue robe. He had a very dignified appearance. Sir Lin can definitely win. A 20-some-year-old girl interrupted. Sir Lin defeated Xueman and defeated Lan Xing. The only reason he would accept Xing Tian's challenge is that he has confidence he can win. Those that can reach this step would never accept hopeless battles. That's correct, but at the same time Xing Tian also wouldn't make such a bold declaration without confidence in himself. In short, this fight will be filled with suspense. As many people were discussing, a voice suddenly rose up. What were you fellows just talking about? Lin Ming will fight Xing Tian? Several martial artists turned around. The one speaking was a black-clothed youth. He looked around 27 or 28 years old, and he had a commanding appearance. Beside him was a black-clothed girl who seemed just a tad over 20 years old. Although she wore black clothes and wore a black veil, one could still make out her exquisite features. This man and woman were Muk Jiyu and Muk Qing. Muk Qing had been cultivating on the second floor for the last month, and as Muk Jiyu came to check up on her, they happened to hear this news. Ah, yes, Lin Minute will be fighting Xing Tian tomorrow. Are you a newcomer? Why would you not know this? In the view of these martial artists, Those that didn't know Lin Ming and Xing Tian had an upcoming match were mostly newcomers. This news had long since caused an uproar. Muk Jiyu sucked in a cold breath. He had been gone these past few days and suddenly Lin Ming had accepted a challenge from Xing Tian. Although Muk Jiyu was a martial artist of the third floor, in terms of strength he had to admit that he was far inferior to Xing Tian. Xing Tian had already stayed on the second floor for many years and his strength had reached unfathomably deep levels. Yet Lin Ming had the courage to challenge him. Muk Qing also found this unbelievable. Although she didn't feel too well being overshadowed by Lin Ming, she had to acknowledge his talent. Moreover, Lin Ming didn't seem like an idiot. If he dared to accept Xing Tian's challenge, then did he already have the qualifications to defeat him? Friend, we are new to the second floor, would you mind sharing some of the particular details? What is the reason that Lin Ming is fighting Xing Tian and when was it decided? As far as I know, Lin Ming hasn't been on the second floor for a long period of time, so why would Xing Tian challenge him? The match was decided a month ago. 1 month ago, Lin Ming killed Shui Man, and then Xing Tian challenged Lin Ming and Lin Ming accepted. Shui Man was killed. Muk Jiyu was stunned. Shui Man was a famous character on the second floor. As he was cultivating on the third floor at this time, he hadn't heard this news. That ruthless Goliath that could kill without blinking had perished under Lin Ming's hands? Yes. Also, in Lin Ming's battle it is estimated that he was hiding some of his strength. Lin Ming and Xing Tian's decisive battle is tomorrow. If you want to see it then you can't miss it, but the ticket price has already reached 8,000 blood demon crystals. Not just that, but they are extremely difficult to buy. If you want to purchase a seat, then make sure you do it early. I understand. Thank you for the information. Muk Jiyu lightly breathed in. He took out a blood demon crystal from his spatial ring and set it on the table. Waiter, check. Senior apprentice brother, shall we go have a look? Of course. Muk Jiyu said decisively. This battle, for me and for you, will be of great benefit. Also, I reported Lin Ming's situation to the sect. The sect has already started to notice Lin Ming. If we can be on good terms with him, then that will be a great help to our sect. In the Holy Demon Continent, there were a great number of 5th grade sects. But, there were actually very few Emperor powerhouse Holy Lands. There was said to be numerous Emperor-level talents that could break through to the Divine Sea realm, but in truth, most often perished on their journey. Within the Holy Demon Continent, human Divine Sea powerhouses were an extreme rarity. Being able to be on good terms with one had obvious advantages. Excitement over Lin Ming's battle with Xing Tian spread more and more. The price for an admission ticket began to rise dramatically. First it was 500 blood demon crystals, then it jumped up to 800, 900, and even broke through to 1,000. Even so, it was difficult to find a ticket. There were many martial artists that were undergoing closed-door cultivation for several months or even half-year that especially left their seclusion in order to watch this battle. Although they weren't tower challengers, a great number of rich and powerful individuals of the second floor were also very interested in this battle. On the day of the match, at dawn, a great number of people had already left their residences. Bustling noise filled every corridor, and a flowing surge of people gathered at the martial arena. Looking down from the sky, there were over 10,000 people. It was a spectacular sight. The martial arena was originally only able to accommodate 8,000 people. But for this match, the staff specially added seats. There were many people that came who weren't even from the second floor. Over 4 hours before the match was set to begin, the entire martial arena was already occupied. Damn it. We started here before dawn started and yet there are people that came earlier than us. All of the front row seats are taken. Skysplit Towers Martial Arena issued tickets, but these tickets did not assign seats. The quality of one's view depended all on one's own ability to find a good spot. Is there something wrong with these people? Did they start arriving last night? That's right, some of them came last night. Look at them, some of them are still practicing. They've probably been in meditation all night. That's so kick-ass. If I knew about this earlier then I would have practiced here and meditated also. Well, What's done is done. Sitting here is fine too. Those sitting in the front will be overwhelmed by the shockwaves of the match, they might even spit out blood or be seriously injured. The weaker ones shouldn't sit in the front row. It wasn't known who said this, but a great number of martial artists looked at each other in alarm. This was right. When Lin Ming had fought Shui Man, several people had been injured. Now in his fight against Xing Tian, it would inevitably be much fiercer. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the weaker ones would cough up blood. Well, let's sit here then. Millimeter, keeping our lives safe is most important. In this damned place, being injured is far too dangerous. As several martial artists were speaking, someone suddenly said, "Look, it's Xing Tian. Xing Tian has entered the stage." Everyone glanced over. At the entrance of the martial arena, Xing Tian was casually walking in. His chest was bare with an animal pelt tossed over the shoulder. He strode with confidence. This was undoubtedly Xing Tian. Xing Tian carried a black-edged heavy sword. His long red hair was wild and his blue skin illuminated his rock-hard muscles. His body was wrapped in thick chains that the giant demon race liked. To the giant demons, these sort of chains were similar to the necklaces that humans like to wear. As Xing Tian entered the arena stage, the audience burst out in heated cheers. Especially the giant demon race. Their voices were originally loud, but with thick demon essence poured into their shouts, their cries seemed to shake the entire arena. There were also a number of Fey women wantonly screaming. To them, a powerful and vigorous man like Xing Tian was undoubtedly the most attractive sexual partner. Xing Tian's popularity was much higher than Lin Ming's. This was because the majority of those present were giant demons and Goliaths. It was impossible for them to support a human. In addition, Xing Tian had accumulated power and renown over the years, thus Xing Tian had several times more supporters than Lin Ming. That fellow Xing Tian, he is increasingly unfathomable. In a corner of the martial arena, Muk Ji-yu was brilliantly staring at Xing Tian. Xing Tian's aura was completely restrained without the least bit leaking out. But even so, he still gave off a fearful and gripping feeling. Seeing Xing Tian, Muk Ji-yu felt a faint trembling in his heart. It won't be easy for Xing Tian to defeat Lin Ming. Muk Ji-yu was truly worried. Lin Ming was not a reckless or arrogant person. If he accepted Xing Tian's challenge, then he naturally had some belief in himself. However, although Muk Ji-yu told himself this, the moment he saw Xing Tian his confidence dropped to zero. When he was still on the second floor, Xing Tian was already a famous character, so he had some understanding of him. Xing Tian's attack power was extremely terrifying, his defensive capabilities were incredible, and his soul force was not weak. He even had a good comprehension of concepts. In addition to all that, he was also fast. It could be said that he didn't have a single weakness. From the very start he was a versatile martial artist. Now, his strength had increased over the past year, and it was difficult to estimate just how far ahead he was. I am completely not his match. If I were to face him, I probably wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves. Muk Ji-yu sighed. Beside him, Muk Qing was also silent. Whether it was Xing Tian or Lin Ming, both of them were at a level that surpassed her understanding. All she could do was sit here and quietly watch the match. Lin Ming arrived. Soon after Xing Tian appeared, Lin Ming also showed up. He wore a simple blue robe. As he grasped the purple comet spear in his hands, his expression was calm. "Lin Ming, you can do it. Don't give up. Sir Lin, we believe in you." Compared to the roiling shouts from the crowd when Xing Tian appeared, Lin Ming's supporters were much quieter. Most of them were humans, along with a few Fey, in particular young Fey girls. Besides that, there were also some ferals who had joined Lin Ming's support troop. "Hehe, you really showed up today." Xing Tian faintly smiled as he looked at Lin Ming. "Since I agreed, I naturally came." Lin Ming stood on the martial arena stage, the purple comet spear pointed straight at Xing Tian. The two of them stood 200 feet apart, directly opposite each other. Chapter 559, Concept of Annihilation. Chapter 559, Concept of Annihilation. Xing Tian against Lin Ming. In this moment where the two stood in confrontation with each other, the entire martial arena audience collectively held their breath. The audience of 10,000 people was without a trace of noise, and a deafening silence fell over the stage. The atmosphere was incomparably solemn. Everyone's eyes were locked onto their bodies. Lin Ming, I know that you were hiding your strength in your battle with Shui Man. Let me see just how much strength you've hidden and whether or not you have the qualifications to have to make me fight earnestly. Xing Tian stood there, his arms crossed behind his back and his eyes looking up. It seemed as if he were looking down on everyone in the world. Words are useless. Make your move. Lin Ming flourished his long spear and his aura erupted like a volcano. Above the arena, one could clearly hear the sounds of the two auras colliding, grating against each other. You seem to have confidence in yourself, but what a coincidence, so do I. Although we both believe we will win, only one of us will walk out of here alive today. As Xing Tian spoke, he extracted a heavy sword from his back. The 9-foot-long heavy sword was taller than an average man, and the blade was wide. This blade was as large as a door. Such a great sword didn't need sword wind. In fact, if it hit a person it would turn them to pulp. Bang! Black waves burst out from around Xing Tian. The billowing demon essence was like surging waves that crashed everywhere. All of the surrounding floor tiles were lifted up and thrown away by this demon essence. But as the tiles were lifted, an incredible scene took place. Several tiles were caught up in the great surging demon essence. In front of the eyes of everyone, the tiles quickly disintegrated into piles of sand that vanished in the wind. Millimeter. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He could also turn bricks and tiles into ash, but the difference was that Xing Tian didn't even use a technique. His demon essence merely touched the stones and tiles before turning them to sand. This was truly surprising. This was the concept of annihilation. Xing Tian has actually touched upon the concept of annihilation. In the audience, Muk Jiyu grimaced. The concept of annihilation was a concept on the same level as the concepts of space and time. It was also an elusive concept. There were many Fey geniuses that weren't able to comprehend this, so how could Xing Tian? Xing Tian is truly peerless. Fierce. He is worthy of being called the king of the second floor. In front of Muk Jiyu, many giant demon martial artists were excitedly speaking. However, Muk Jiyu only frowned. Genius. Muk Jiyu had some understanding of Xing Tian. In terms of physicality and his demon essence cultivation speed, Xing Tian was absolutely first class. But in terms of understanding laws, Xing Tian was at best mediocre. Compared to the Fey, a large gap existed between them. Only a short time had passed, so how could he possibly have comprehended the concept of annihilation? Lin Ming, you will be just like these stones, turning into ash under my moves. Now die! Xing Tian loudly shouted, and his entire body emitted rumbling crackling sounds. Listening to this made one feel fearful. The heavy sword in his hand turned into a strong wind. The howling wind swept up the entire martial stage. As his sword cut down, it was like a falling avalanche containing infinite strength. In that instant, Lin Ming felt as if all the air around him was sucked away. He stood in place, completely locked down. His only option was to directly face this strike of Xing Tian. True essence erupted from his entire body. His spear thrust out. Blood-drinking seals fused into the purple comet spear. This strike contained all of his strength, all of his will. Slaughter. The thick spear light struck against Xing Tian's sword. There was an explosion as if two great mountains had collided against each other. True essence and demon essence wantonly twisted together, tearing apart the floor tiles and instantly blowing them away. Even the profound gold flooring underneath was scarred by countless white slashes. Be careful. The martial artists closest to the martial stage revolved their protective true essence to the limit. They already expected that something like this would occur. It could be said that the weaker individuals did not dare to sit in the first row. Cha. The air currents in the air were like sabers as they cut apart everyone's bodily true essence. They made screeching noises, and even the stone platform in front of the audience was cut apart like tofu. This is indeed a battle between the two strongest existences on the second floor. Even I can only barely resist the true essence shockwaves. Everyone be careful. These two still haven't put forth their true strength. The worst is yet to come. If you think this is difficult already, then step back lest you be hurt. A martial artist suddenly said, causing all of the surrounding youths to have anxious expressions. Indeed, a martial artist's first moves were mostly for probing. And if probing was already this strong, then just how terrifying would their full strength be? All of those in the audience were the most outstanding heroic elites of their time. But in comparison to Lin Ming and Xing Tian, they seemed like common martial artists. The disparity was just too great. The two of them had already exceeded the level at which anyone could understand. These two freaks shouldn't be on the second floor. If they stay here, then how can we stay here too? Many martial artists complained inside. Not bad. You actually received my strike. As Xing Tian looked at Lin Ming, his pupils narrowed. In that one exchange a moment ago, although he hadn't used the strength of his concept, he had used the majority of his strength. But Lin Ming hadn't seemed strained. Obviously he had strength remaining. Very good. You now have the qualifications for me to be serious. Although my strike just now didn't contain a concept, I will now let you have a good look at the concept which I have comprehended. Let me have a look just where the limit of your strength lies, and how much of my strength you can force out. Facing Xing Tian's imposing aura, Lin Ming held his spear as if he didn't have a care in the world. You didn't use a concept, but neither did I. Then, let's see whose concept is stronger. He, you truly are confident. Your concept of space and time only allows your moves to be unpredictable and impossible to defend against. It is completely different from my own concept of annihilation. My concept of annihilation can directly disintegrate your attack so that you can't even resist. In terms of attack power, the concept of annihilation was definitely more terrifying. It was known as the concept that destroyed all. This included the enemy's treasure, body, aura, true essence, and even their soul. But on the other hand, the concept of space and time allowed one's moves to be strange and peculiar, making it so that they were unavoidable. The increase of attack power in the early stages of this concept's comprehension was obvious. The concept of annihilation and the concept of space and time both had their own strengths. It couldn't be said that one was weaker than the other. It would all depend on the depth of one's respective comprehension and their utilization. Xing Tian's sword was crossed against his chest. A surging cloud of demon essence howled out, and all the crushed stones underneath his feet turned into flying ash. Xing Tian is going to use the concept of annihilation. It's said that this concept can directly destroy an enemy's true essence. If one's true essence is destroyed, how can you block others' moves? Against the destructive power of the concept of annihilation, Lin Ming's true essence must be far more formidable than Xing Tian's demon essence in order to come out even. But Xing Tian is already so strong, how can Lin Ming possibly be stronger than him? The concept of annihilation was able to disintegrate true essence. In a martial arts fight, if true essence was melted away, then the other party would naturally suffer. In other words, in an even battle, Lin Ming had pushed out 20 to 30% more true essence in order to come out even. The amount of strength he consumed must be far more than Xing Tian. If he wasn't able to reach this level, then he would be suppressed by Xing Tian or even defeated. Muk Jiyu took a deep breath. Lin Ming was in a very bad situation. Lin Ming was indeed strong, but Muk Jiyu feared that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to kill Xing Tian if he had to waste 20 to 30% extra strength. If he couldn't suppress Xing Tian's concept of annihilation, he would lose if this fight dragged out. I have no idea how he will deal with this. Muk Jiyu was feeling nervous for Lin Ming. On the martial stage, Xing Tian held the heavy sword in his hands. The sword blade was wrapped in a hazy black light. This black layer of light was very thin, but after it appeared, it seemed to twist all of the space around it. Dust, air, and even the light that entered this hazy black layer seemed to disappear. The power of annihilation, Xing Tian shouted out loud, his sword cutting out. This sword stroke was not accompanied with a vast wave of demon essence. Instead, there was only that strange hazy black light that enveloped Lin Ming. Strange. Lin Ming's eyes widened. In that hazy black light, he felt a weird force that was able to obliterate everything. You have the power of annihilation, but my azure true essence can endlessly grow. Let me see whether your power of annihilation or my azure true essence is stronger. After fusing with the reverse scale blood, Lin Ming's true essence carried with it an endless attribute. In this form, it also had an azure color. If someone wanted to destroy Lin Ming's true essence, they would have to use several times the strength. Roar. Facing the overwhelming hazy black light, Lin Ming's bones began to issue out deep, guttural explosive sounds. It was like a flood dragon was awakening within Lin Ming's body, letting out an earth-shattering dragon roar. In his first time facing the concept of annihilation, Lin Ming didn't underestimate his opponent. As he used the strength of a true dragon, he also decisively opened 40% of the heretical god force. A spear thrust out. Behind Lin Ming, a deep, azure-colored true dragon phantom appeared. In that instant, the purple comet spear itself seemed to turn into an azure dragon as it crunched down on the hazy black light. Capture. The spear edge thrust into the haze black light. What was strange was that there were no intense explosions. Instead, the two different kinds of energies collided and true essence melted against each other. It was like fire and ice crashing into one another, both desperately hoping to devour the other. Kai kai kai. The hazy black light was constantly crushed into nothing, but Lin Ming's azure spear light was also constantly eroding. After crashing into each other several more times, that hazy black light was actually being violently destroyed by the azure spear light at a faster rate. What? Xing Tian was beyond shocked. How is this possible? It wasn't just Xing Tian that was startled, but also the entire audience. The concept of annihilation contained a destructive strength that far surpassed the concepts of the main elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. When the concept of annihilation appeared, a martial artist on the same level would simply be unable to deal with it. When even one's true essence was destroyed, how could they continue fighting? Unless they had an overwhelming superiority in strength. But Lin Ming clearly didn't. His aura was not any stronger than Xing Tian's, but his true essence seemed to have an incomparably tough attribute. It endlessly grew, it could not be destroyed. This boy. Xing Tian clenched his jaws, increasing his strength once again. But even then, he still couldn't suppress Lin Ming's true essence. This azure true essence was essence from the power of a true dragon. It originated from an azure dragon's reverse scale blood. And within the realm of the gods, an azure dragon was considered an ultimate god beast. Even though it was only a single drop, it was still extremely terrifying. Compared to a true dragon, the concept of annihilation was one of the ultimate natural concepts. It was incomparably powerful. But the crux was, how much of it could Xing Tian have comprehended? Whether it was cultivation or age, both were far from sufficient. What he had comprehended was nothing but a drop in an ocean. Chapter 560, Blood Demon Descends. Chapter 560, Blood Demon Descends. On the arena stage, the fierce battle was underway. True essence collided. The power of annihilation had been completely restrained by the azure true essence. Xing Tian's expression became extremely dire. Boy, your true essence is quite special, it truly surprises me. But let me take a good look at how much longer you can last. In endurance, us giant demons are far more formidable than humans can ever be. Show me your limit. Xing Tian's eyes flashed with a savage light. The demon essence that revolved in his body grew increasingly intense. Lin Ming sneered, I've never feared anyone when it came to endurance or restorative ability. But, you seem to have forgotten something. You have already shown your concept, but I still haven't used mine. My comprehension of the concept of space and time is shallow right now, so I cannot yet increase my attack power with it, but with my unpredictably style, can you escape it? As Lin Ming spoke to hear, his eyes turned cold. His spear potential began to stir, and 70% of the heretical god force suddenly erupted. The space underneath his feet seemed to strangely distort, and with it, Lin Ming turned into a blue blur that vanished in the wind. Kai kai kai. The remaining hazy black lights struck where Lin Ming had vanished, turning the tiles into ash and even creating a massive hole in the profound gold flooring. What a smug ego. If you want to fight, then fight, stop spouting so much nonsense, Xing Tian breathlessly shouted. Now that the concept of annihilation he was so proud of had failed, he became angry out of shame. A strong wind howled, and all of the surrounding wind was rapidly caught up in Lin Ming's movements. With the concept of wind and the concept of space simultaneously fused into his steps, Lin Ming's speed had reached the pinnacle. Whoosh! Lin Ming instantly appeared before Xing Tian. There was no sign at all, it was as if he had materialized in front of him. A spear thrust out. Blood-drinking seals shot forth. Blood seal twisting murder, humph! Xing Tian angrily shouted, and the heavy sword in his hands cut straight down. The heavy sword that weighed tens of thousands of jins was actually like a straw in Xing Tian's hands. His attack speed was not slowed at all by the heavy sword's immense weight. However, as the sword was halfway down, Xing Tian's sneer froze on his face. Although Lin Ming's spear was fast, Xing Tian still believed he would block it. But Xing Tian's confidence rapidly fell. For some unknown reason, when his sword was only halfway down, it seemed as if time itself had slowed around him. He could only watch on as Lin Ming's spear thrust straight towards his throat. Damn it! Xing Tian's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted out, and a hazy black light erupted from his entire body. The concept of annihilation surged out, barely breaking through the space-time chains that were shackling him. At this moment, Xing Tian no longer had time to use his sword to block Lin Ming's purple comet spear. He retreated, but he was one step too slow. The purple comet spear mercilessly stabbed into Xing Tian's chest. His bodily protective demon essence shattered and blood shot into the wind. Xing Tian fled back over 100 feet. Because he had retreated, he had managed to avoid the spear fatally piercing his throat. But nearly the entire spearhead had sunk into his chest instead. The ensuing destructive true essence and infernal energy that plunged into his body too was only just forcefully suppressed by Xing Tian. As Xing Tian looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were grim. A thick, hateful killing intent surged out from them. Xing Tian had been injured. The entire audience was in a shocked stupor. First, that strange azure true essence had resisted Xing Tian's concept of annihilation and had even suppressed it. Then, that strike that contained the concept of space and time had shot out, injuring Xing Tian. Although Xing Tian's wound wasn't considered to be grievous, it had to be said that on Skysplit Tower's second floor, Xing Tian was known as an omnipotent existence. No one had ever been able to shake his lofty position. Half a year ago, he had fought another top master of the second floor in a life-or-death battle, and in the end he claimed victory by chopping off the other's head. But today he had been injured by a human youth. Just how is this human cultivating? Looking at him, he's at most in his 20s. His strength is greater than Xueman's and his defensive strength is incomparably formidable. Is this really an ability that a human should have? Even a giant demon isn't so fierce. Haven't humanity's body transformation techniques already been lost since ancient times? Not just that, but it was said that the human's body transformation cultivation methods were trash, thus they were eventually eliminated. Even studying it was useless. Humans were physically weak, they were not suited for physical body training. This was a fact that the entire holy demon continent recognized, even including the humans. Not only is his body formidable, but his speed is abnormal and has also comprehended the laws of space and time that many Fey geniuses couldn't even understand. Yes, that's right, he also fought with Blackrat a while ago. The imps are known to excel in soul attacks, but facing Blackrat, he didn't even blink an eye and instead completely ignored it. In terms of soul force, he is also a freak. Does he even have a weakness? Without thinking of anything else but this list, the light in everyone's eyes began to change as they looked towards Lin Ming. A human physicality that was stronger than a giant demon's. An affinity to laws that surpassed the Fae. A soul force stronger than the imps. Astonishing speed. A disturbingly thick true essence that contained a strange attribute that made it especially tough. In the eyes of these people, Lin Ming was a complete monster. A monster without a single weakness. Facing such an enemy, how could anyone deal with him? Very good. Xing Tian icily said, how long has it been since someone has pushed me this far? I never thought I would have to use this move on the second floor, and that is because there is no one here qualified for me to use it. You should be honored that you have finally received the qualifications for me to do so. You sure speak enough nonsense. Try to suppress me first before you blabber on. Lin Ming laughed, sneering. You said that you haven't used your complete strength, but you still haven't gone to the third floor. And you really think you have courage or something? Humph. What would you know? I naturally have my reasons for staying on the second floor for so long. How could a nobody like you ever understand? Now go and die in peace. Xing Tian shouted out and clenched his fists together. Every muscle on his body puffed out and his hair began to grow longer. The demon essence in his body became increasingly intense, forming a tide of energy that surged out from him. His skin and eyes began to take on a blood-red light. The veins on his body bulged out like worms and some of them even ruptured. Blood Demon Descend. This was an ability similar to the Phase Fei King battle body. When a giant demon's ancient bloodline reached a certain degree of purity, they were able to obtain the approval of the ancient giant demons and use Blood Demon Descends, increasing their strength for a short period of time. But, compared to the Fei King battle body, Blood Demon Descends was a much more cruel and savage cultivation method. One would have to sacrifice a portion of their blood essence, thus no one easily displayed this ability. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed as he looked at Xing Tian. It looks like I won't be able to hide my strength anymore. Lin Ming held onto the purple comet spear. For the third floor where powerhouses were like clouds, and for that hidden enemy who was aiming at him, Lin Ming had been showing weakness by hiding his strength as much as possible. But now, facing Xing Tian, he could no longer hold back. In a contest between masters, if one side misjudged the other and didn't use their complete strength, then it was likely they would be injured or even die. His mind touched upon the heretical god seed. The heretical god force completely opened. Bang! The unleashed heretical god seed erupted like a massive volcano. After stepping onto Skysplit Tower's second floor, Lin Ming had finally liberated the complete heretical god force for the first time. After Xing Tian's declaration of challenge, Lin Ming had cultivated for a month in his practice room. His biggest achievement from this was progress in the heretical god force. Lin Ming had firmly reached the middle Xiantian realm, and with his complete tempering marrow, he could keep the heretical god force open for half an incense stick of time. Not only that, but after a fight ended, he would be able to save all of the compressed true essence that hadn't been released. Which meant that as long as there was enough true essence, the heretical god force could continuously open and close. It was no longer like before, where all of the true essence would exhaust itself after one use, dissipating no matter the situation. Lin Ming's imposing aura began to climb unendingly. His true essence was like a sharp spear that seemed to pierce through the world, unstoppable. As the arena audience saw this scene, all of them paled. They began to use movement techniques to escape from the shockwave aftermath. These martial artists had already pushed themselves to the limit in resisting the last exchange of moves. Much less now, where the power on stage had dramatically risen yet again. If they were caught in the aftermath of this attack, they might even die. Too strong. Xing Tian can already be called an emperor-level talent, but Lin Ming is even fiercer than Xing Tian. This is the highest-level battle of masters that has occurred on Skysplit Tower's second floor for the last decade. Perhaps for the next 10 years it might be difficult to encounter a match that surpasses this. I really have no idea just what these two cultivate. The martial artists in the audience began to discuss the situation. Some of them were inexplicably excited, and some of them had complex expressions. If they never left their sect, they never would have known just how high the heavens were and how vast the world was. They were all peerless juniors of their generations, but how could the gap between them be so great? This caused some of them to feel powerless and frustrated. Xing Tian's aura broke out to the limit. His eyes were blood red. With a deafening roar, his sword cut forth. In that moment, he was like a demonic god. His aura was as lofty as a mountain, unreachable. This sword strike was like a massive divine mountain dropping down. It carried the terrifying power of the world. Lin Ming's pupils shrunk. In the face of such a strike, this would be hard fending off if he only relied on his killing path. As for the great desolate halberd art, he still hadn't meditated upon a stronger technique from it. His soul forced linked to the heretical god seed. Atop the purple comet spear, thunder and fire trembled, two energies beginning to twine together. With the support of the 10,000-year violet electricity spirit bamboo and the 10,000-year sacred flame parasol tree, his strength reached the extreme. Flames surged. Thunder howled. Since entering Skysplit Tower, this was the first time that Lin Ming used Thunderfire Annihilation. Fire and thunder twisted together, detonating into a flame that swallowed all, becoming a dazzlingly radiant light that people shielded their eyes from. In the damaged arena, all of the floor tiles were completely lifted and thrown away. Even the chairs of the first several rows were shattered into pieces. In this terrifying explosion that seemed to swallow everything, Lin Ming felt as if he were in his own dimension. His perception and his vision were incomparably clear. He instantly locked onto Xing Tian's position. After bearing the brunt of Thunderfire Annihilation, Xing Tian's entire body was bathed in blood. His chest was a mess of pulp, but his two blood-red eyes were still bursting with a monstrous hatred and killing intent. Even though Xing Tian's final move had collided with Thunderfire Annihilation and his bodily demon essence had blocked a great deal of the attack, he had still been seriously injured. Not just that, but his protective demon essence had also completely shattered. An opening. Lin Ming's footsteps moved, his figure instantly vanishing from where he stood. The purple comet spear seemed to pass through space in an instant, appearing right in front of Xing Tian, under the cover of the explosive fires, and fused with the concept of space. The purple comet spear's unpredictable attacks were already near impossible to defend against. Moreover, Xing Tian had already been severely wounded, with his meridians broken in several areas. The spear easily stabbed through his throat. A bloody light shot out. Chapter 561, King Emblem. Chapter 561, King Emblem. In the instant that the purple comet spear pierced through Xing Tian's throat, blood-drinking seals shot out. Xing Tian's head was directly sliced off and a fountain of blood erupted dozens of feet into the air. Splat! Xing Tian's head rolled to the floor. In the moment that the dazzling explosion of light ended, everyone saw the scene of the blood crazily spurting out. Xing Tian had died. As the audience saw this, they all felt as if they were in an unreal dream. Xing Tian, who had once dominated the second floor, had died like this, and at the hands of a human youth. In particular, the giant demons present found this hard to accept. To them, Xing Tian was a representation of their beliefs. The impact of his death on their psyches was too great. From now, the king of Skysplit Tower's second floor has changed. Damn! Where is this boy from? When Lin Ming defeated Lan Xing, it could be said that he was an emperor-level talent. But, within Skysplit Tower, although there weren't too many emperor-level talents, one could always find them. An emperor-level talent was not equal to an emperor-level powerhouse. Within the entire Holy Demon continent, there were numerous emperor-level talents, but those that could actually reach the true emperor level were extremely rare and limited. When a genius wanted to grow, they needed to experience the world and adventure, seeking their own lucky chances. They often had to put themselves in dangerous situations, and the chance of perishing was great. This all required that a great deal of destiny befall their bodies. Lin Ming was originally only an emperor-level talent. Although this was startling, it wasn't worth the great powers fearing, or even paying attention to. But now, he had defeated Xing Tian. This actually caused some of the higher powers to feel restless. In a corner of the arena, Muk Jiyu sighed. Lin Ming is only at the middle Xiantian realm, but he can already jump realms to defeat a top giant demon master. If he reaches the revolving core realm in the future, cross 7 or 8 stages of life destruction, temper his body even further and finally enter the divine sea realm, then at that time, I have no idea just who would be capable of standing near him. As Muk Jiyu spoke, Muk Qing silently stood beside him. With her face concealed behind her veil, it was unknown just what she was thinking. Peng! On the arena stage, Xing Tian's corpse burst apart. A massive power of vitality gushed out, finally condensing into a fist-sized crystal ball in the air. What an amazing vitality! Lin Ming was secretly surprised. This Xing Tian's power of vitality was at least 2 times more than Xue Man's. Not just that, but the key was that the quality was also extremely high. If the richness of the blood was lacking, it could be made up for via quantity. But if the qualitative nature of the vitality itself was lacking, it was useless to make up for. If all of his blood-drinking seals were condensed from blood essence like this, then he could definitely double the strength of the great desolate halberd art. Millimeter. After absorbing the blood essence, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. In front of him, the infernal energy that was left behind from Xing Tian didn't disperse. Rather, it gathered together and formed a wrathful demon that clawed towards him. Roar. The demon condensed from infernal energy roared out as it rushed towards Lin Ming. If this were a normal challenger that had died, the winner would be able to directly absorb their infernal energy. But Xing Tian's infernal energy was simply too thick. It had reached the point at which it could manifest into a physical body. Like this, it wished to devour Lin Ming. Lin Ming coldly humphed. He flicked his finger and the purple flood dragon divine thunder shot out. Lightning flashed, and the infernal enemy demon wailed in pain, its face twisting miserably. Break. Lin Ming suddenly closed his palm, and an arc of lightning the thickness of an arm shot out. With a ripping sound, that demon phantom was torn apart. The infernal energy dissipated, scattering in all directions. On Lin Ming's arm, the heavenly demon tattoo completely absorbed it all. A third pair of wings began to stretch out on his arm at a visible speed with absolute clarity. Quickly, a 6-winged heavenly demon formed. A 4th pair of wings also began to slowly appear. This 4th pair of wings was obviously much harder to form. Even after absorbing the massive amount of infernal energy left behind by Xing Tian's death, it was only enough to form the faintest of outlines. Lin Ming closed his eyes and entered the ethereal state. With the samsara martial intent as the base, he continuously wore down the wicked malice in the infernal energy so that his heart wouldn't be affected. As for the last step, he took Xing Tian's spatial ring. Xing Tian had accumulated a massive amount of treasure and wealth during his stay in Skysplit Tower. Lin Ming was very much looking forwards to seeing what was inside the spatial ring. Congratulations to young hero Lin for becoming the new king of the 2nd floor. The referee announced as he stepped onto the arena stage. His eyes were filled with a touch of awe as he looked at Lin Ming. "Thank you." Lin Ming casually replied. Young hero Lin has ended Xing Tian's 82-win streak. You have obtained 8 slaughter points. In addition, according to the rules of Skysplit Tower, young hero Lin's winning streak has now accumulated to 52. Within Skysplit Tower, if a challenger defeated a martial artist with a much higher winning streak, then they would be able to raise their own winning streak in accordance. The method for this was the winner's new winning streak would be the loser's winning streak minus 30. For instance, Xing Tian's 82 winning streak minus 30 was 52. If the challenger's winning streak was below this amount, then it would rise to that amount. If the challenger's winning streak was above that amount, then nothing changed. I understand. I should be able to go to the 3rd floor now. Of course you can. You can go to the 3rd floor whenever you wish, or you can also stay on the 2nd floor as king. If you go shopping in the city square, then as long as it's a store officially opened by Skysplit Tower, you can obtain a 10% discount. In addition, you also obtain a new glory emblem, the King emblem. This emblem originally belonged to Xing Tian, but now that you've killed him it is yours by right. Since you have obtained the King emblem, you also gain an additional 20 slaughter points. The 2nd floor did not have an emblem for a complete blowout. Rather, there was only the King emblem. On the other hand, the King emblem was much rarer and gave more rewards. Complete blowouts occurred every 2 weeks or so on the 1st floor, but the King emblem only changed hands every 1 or 2 years. At the same time, earning a complete blowout was only rewarded with the invincible emblem along with 10 slaughter points, but the King emblem rewarded 20. Millimeter. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Now that he had the invincible emblem of the 1st floor and the King emblem of the 2nd floor, he had a 3-star authority. With a 3-star authority, He could watch Emperor-level battle array disc. The 8-stage life-destruction human powerhouse from before did have a strength that could compare to an Emperor-level master, but that was only the most initial of Emperor-level masters. It had to be known that between Emperor-level masters, there were massive disparities. The early Divine Sea Realm and the late Divine Sea Realm were on two entirely different playing fields. I really have no idea what it would take to rent an array disc with a late Divine Sea Master. Although my current net wealth sounds high, if I freely spend it, then who knows how long it'll be before I run out. When Lin Ming killed Shui Man, he obtained 7 slaughter points, and when he killed Xing Tian he obtained 8. With an additional 5 from obtaining a 50 win streak as well as 20 from the King Emblem, Lin Ming now had a total of 40 slaughter points. This number sounded quite terrifying, but if he used 4 or 5 slaughter points at a time, it actually wouldn't last too long. Does young hero Lin have any other requests? The referee asked respectfully. Nope. Thank you. Lin Ming cupped his fists together before turning to leave. Then I congratulate young hero Lin and hope that you soon reach the throne of the High Lord, the referee said with a flattering tone. For these last several hundred years, there had never been a human High Lord in Polari City. The referee was a hybrid. He was part giant demon but also part human and fae. Thus, he didn't care which race obtained a new High Lord throne. Lin Ming smiled. Without another word, he stepped down from the martial stage. Brother Lin. As Lin Ming was walking through the audience, Muk Ji-yu trotted over with Muk Ching in tow. Brother Lin, I never thought that after such a short time since our last meeting, you would already become the king of the second floor. It's a useless title. Lin Ming shook his head. On the third floor there should be numerous powerhouses that can easily sweep away everyone on the second floor. True. The third floor does have many skilled individuals, for instance, the Heavenly Demon 7 stars. Any one of those 7 are capable of sweeping away the second floor, but as for someone who is as young as Brother Lin who can do the same, there isn't a single one. The martial artists on the third floor are much older than those on the second, they can't be considered too talented. Muk Ji-yu said with heartfelt admiration. He too had stayed on the second floor for a long time, so he naturally knew the worth of the King Emblem, especially in the hands of someone as young as Lin Ming. Does Brother Lin plan on staying on the second floor for a while, or do you plan on going to the third floor? Muk Ji-yu was well aware that the reason Lin Ming came was to gain experience. If he couldn't find a suitable opponent on the second floor, then he would probably have to go to the third. Brother Muk, could you tell me about the situation on the third floor? I don't know much about the going ONS of Skysplit Tower. Muk Ji-yu laughed in self-deprecation and said, I've been on the third floor for over half a year but I'm still considered at the lowest level there. Still, my greatest harvest for this period was that I've gained some insight into the third floor. Brother Lin has asked the perfect person. Shall we go somewhere else and speak in further detail? With a chance to help Lin Ming in front of him, Muk Ji-yu naturally wouldn't miss out. Millimeter, I was also thinking that. Lin Ming had always felt subconsciously that someone had been aiming for him. If he didn't understand anything and recklessly rushed to the third floor, then he might run into danger. Gain knowledge ahead of time. Understand yourself, understand the enemy. That was the way to victory. Noblesse Pavilion in Skysplit Tower was a restaurant that specifically catered to human challengers. At this moment in a room on the second level of Noblesse Pavilion, Lin Ming, Muk Ji-yu, and Muk Ching had chosen several dishes and were currently talking over food. Brother Lin, Skysplit Tower is divided into 5 total floors, each being around 7,000 to 8,000 feet high. Every floor is connected to the others with transmission arrays. The first floor is normally called the Outer City. As long as you hand over blood demon crystals, then you can enter. The second floor is called the Inner City. If you wish to enter here, then you need to be strong enough or have a high cultivation. The third floor is similar to the second, except that the requirements for strength and cultivation are much higher. As for the fourth floor, that is the High Lord's floor. The 12 10-winged heavenly demon High Lords are all completely located on the fourth floor. As for the fifth floor, it is extremely mysterious. I have no idea what might be there, if there is anything at all. Muk Ji-yu said as he poured out a glass of wine for Lin Ming. He also made a proper gesture, completely performing every polite ritual correctly. It was a very breezy feeling. So in other words, to a challenger, the third floor is the highest. Yes. The fourth floor is the residence and practice area of the High Lords. Lin Ming thought about this for a moment and said, Brother Muck, do you know how strong the top martial artists of the third floor are? Muck Jiyu shook his head. I'm not too sure about that. I still haven't had much contact with individuals at that level. On the third floor, there are many people similar to Xingtian. They haven't fought in a long time, so I have no idea what their limits are. Millimeter, Lin Ming nodded. In Skysplit Tower, everyone was able to conceal their strength. He too hadn't known what the limits of Xingtian's strength were. This was very normal. Chapter 562, Road of Emperor. Chapter 562, Road of Emperor. The waitresses of Noblesse Pavilion were all beautiful and young girls. Currently, several of them were serving snacks and wine. As they filled the wine cups, they would respectfully kneel on the floor. Every position and movement they made was learned through rigorous training, and their smiling faces held just the right amount of bashful shyness. Within Skysplit Tower, as long as a martial artist had wealth, they could live like an emperor. Towards these things, Muck Jiyu was already long accustomed. But Lin Ming wasn't too interested. He sipped a cup of tea and waited until the waitress left before slowly asking, what would Xingtian's strength be ranked at on the third floor? Muck Jiyu pondered this for a moment and said, I can't say exactly, but I can roughly estimate that he would rank somewhere in the middle. At most, he'd rank in the upper middle reaches. You should already be aware that the martial artists on the third floor are much older than those on the second floor. Although Xingtian's talent was good, he didn't cultivate for as much time as others. Those on the third floor have nearly all surpassed the age limit for staying on the second, and they have no other choice but to go up. The total amount of people on the third floor is also very low. There are just a mere several hundred individuals. Just several hundred people? Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, I recall that Skysplit Tower has a glory emblem called the 100-win streak emblem. If the third floor only has several hundred individuals, then obtaining this emblem must be far too difficult. It had to be known that Xingtian only had an 82-win streak. It was extremely difficult for a challenger to accumulate a high winning streak. It wasn't that a martial artist was too weak, but rather that no one would want to fight them. For instance, take someone as strong as Xingtian. If someone knew that fighting him would clearly result in horrible defeat or even death, then who would dare to do so? Thus, Xingtian hadn't had a match in over half a year. Skysplit Tower's second floor had several thousand martial artists. Xingtian had stayed there for several years, but all he had was an 82-win streak. Then on the third floor that only had several hundred martial artists, it might take several years to gain a 20-win streak. How would someone ever win a 100-win streak glory emblem? As Muck Jiyu heard Lin Ming's question, his complexion changed. His voice was low and grim as he said, about that, the third floor has a special rule. On the third floor, if you defeat your opponent and gain a winning streak, then you will gain slaughter points, just like on the second floor. But, what's different is that on the third floor, if you kill your opponent instead, you will instantly accumulate a 10-win streak. What? Lin Ming's heart chilled. This rule is completely encouraging martial artists to kill each other. Muck Jiyu let out a light breath and said, that's right. Skysplit Tower encourages us to kill each other. Do not forget, if you were to accumulate a 10-win streak then you could obtain a slaughter point, but on the third floor, if you kill your opponent, not only would you obtain a 10-win streak, but you'd also obtain a corresponding number of slaughter points. Killing an opponent and not killing them, these are two completely different treatment. Therefore, on the third floor, martial artists will be beyond careful in challenging others. Normally, one won't do anything rashly, because participating in a fight will often mean a life or death battle. In addition, the number of martial artists there is low, so this means that the martial arena is empty most of the time. This seems, Lin Ming frowned. It seemed that the high-level characters in Skysplit Tower were not any sort of good-hearted individuals. It was as if none of them wished to see a genius grow, but rather they hoped that all the geniuses would instead kill each other within Skysplit Tower. The several hundred martial artists that were on Skysplit Tower's third floor were all the most outstanding youthful elites of the entire Holy Demon continent. In the future, the weakest among them would be a revolving core master, and the strongest would reach 3 or 4 stages of life destruction or a 5 or 6-star demon king. It wouldn't be strange for them to one day reach the quasi-emperor level. For such a massive crowd of monstrous geniuses, a single death was an enormous loss. Lin Ming said, "None of those young heroic elites are stupid. Since the higher-ups of Skysplit Tower obviously hope that they can kill each other, why don't they leave instead of letting matters continue like this? Could it really be that they want to continue to the end of their killing path?" He understood if those on the first and second floor stayed. After all, they were nearly all cannon fodder. But none of those types of people existed on the third floor. Everyone on the third floor were peerless geniuses of their respective regions. For them to arrive at this point for their killing path, it meant their road had reached an extreme. Muk Jiu said, "Birds die for food, mortals perish for wealth, and martial artists fall from the sky for resources. There's no other way. A martial artist simply can't stop their greed from pushing them onwards. Simply put, the reason they go on stage, besides for gaining experience and testing themselves, is mainly for the slaughter points. They want to earn these points in order to use the resources here." Resources? What sort of valuable cultivation resources can there be on the third floor that cause so many martial artists to lose their minds with greed? The lowest of these geniuses come from peak 4th grade sects. Do they really lack resources? Lin Ming asked, puzzled. Of course they do not lack things like cultivation methods, pills, blood demon crystals, or true essence stones. But there are some things that one can only find in Skysplit Tower. For instance, that battle array disc that Brother Lin saw before is one kind, but also not one that's too important. Oh! Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. The battle array disc had given him great benefits. What other rare resources did Skysplit Tower have? Muk Jiu continued, "The third floor has some very strange things. If you have enough authority, you can even go up to the 4th floor where the High Lords cultivate. That floor is filled with wondrous mysteries. If you go there and are able to enjoy the resources there, then your benefits will be endless. On Skysplit Tower's third floor, there have been many martial artists that never had very great talent. This is exactly the reason that they come to Skysplit Tower. If they can fight their way through the Ashura battlefield here, then along with top resources, they can evolve, breaking out of their cocoons and being reborn into butterflies. An ordinary talent can become a saint-level talent, and a saint-level talent can become an emperor-level talent. Therefore, even if they all know that the chances of them dying within Skysplit Tower are high, they cannot resist the temptation and continue to stay here." Lin Ming's interest was piqued by Muk Gu's words. "What are these strange things you talk about?" Muk Jiu said, "My knowledge of the specifics are limited. I've heard some rumors, but they've all been extremely bizarre. For instance, on the 4th floor where the High Lords cultivate, there is a mystical path called the Road of Emperor. It's said that if someone were to reach the very end of this road, then they would become an emperor-level powerhouse." What? Lin Ming was left speechless. Reaching the end of this road can allow one to become an emperor-level powerhouse? Is there really something so absurd in this world? It should be true. Both sides of this road are supposedly carved with reliefs of past ancient emperor-level powerhouses. There are countless mysteries and puzzles locked within, and as for what they are, I'm not too sure. I am far from having the authority to enter the Road of Emperor. Muk Gu's simple explanation caused Lin Ming's heart to shake in shock. He was stunned for a moment, and then took out a plain-looking tome from his spatial ring. He had obtained this ancient-looking tome after killing Shui Man and examining his spatial ring. The contents of this tome were entirely rubbed images, and every single image was an emperor-level powerhouse of the Holy Demon continent that had existed up to tens of thousands of years ago. There were even drawings of top emperor-level talent. This included the Netherworld Great Emperor. Impressively, even the Demon Emperor was included among them. Muk Gu's eyes jumped as he saw this bound tome of skins. Lin Ming didn't speak. He opened the tome. The lifelike rubbings of emperor-level powerhouses from tens of thousands of years ago appeared in front of Muk Ji. As Muk Ji browsed through the pages, he became increasingly startled. Muk Ching also leaned over to look out of curiosity. "Where did you get this?" "I found it in Xueman's spatial ring after I killed him. The portraits of these people should be rubbed from those carved reliefs you mentioned. If I'm not wrong, then it's most likely the Road of Emperor." Muk Ji let out a long breath and closed the tome. He said, "You're right. The reliefs within the Road of Emperor are said to be extremely lifelike and contain numerous different concepts. Brother Lin's tome has characters from tens of thousands of years ago. How could a normal person possibly draw them? These images even perfectly encapsulate the arrogance and imposing dignity that they have, eyes that look down at the world with disdain. The contents of this tome should definitely be rubbings of the Road of Emperor's relief." Lin Ming nodded. He had two questions simmering inside him. First, just who was it that had carved these reliefs on the Road of Emperor's walls? Since these reliefs contained all sorts of mysteries and concepts and they were even used to decorate this Road of Emperor, it was definitely not something that a common person would be able to do. Some reliefs were even from 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. Up until now, during this extremely long span of time when even the Demon Emperor and other supreme elders perished in the realm of the gods, just who could have such a long life and still be carving reliefs to this day? Secondly, just why would this tome be in Xueman's hands? Xueman couldn't be considered a king of the second floor. Arguably, he shouldn't have the qualifications to peek into the Road of Emperor. Lin Ming felt more and more that Skysplit Tower was filled with great mysteries. It definitely wasn't as simple as he thought it was. It was said that the blood slaughter steps contained a mysterious force that was able to kill top powerhouses. Thus, Emperor-level powerhouses and life-destruction powerhouses did not dare to set foot within the blood slaughter steps. Then, there were also the strange rules that governed the blood slaughter steps. The 12 heavenly demon main cities were the 12 sources of infernal energy. And within these cities, the source of that infernal energy was a fathomless abyss. These abysses extended up from tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of feet deep within the ground. It was unknown just how far they went. All in all, this allowed Lin Ming to understand just how vast the mysteries of the blood slaughter steps were. "Brother Lin, let me advise you that every martial artist usually stays on the second floor for as long as possible. This is because the pressure is just too great. I don't need to mention the numerous masters that are there, but Skysplit Tower also has a rule that every martial artist on the third floor must compete in a match every 2 months. Otherwise, they have to leave Skysplit Tower and leave Polaris City. Once they leave Polaris City, their heavenly demon tattoo will begin to fade over time and they will have to restart from scratch if they wish to reform it." Lin Ming nodded. "So if I go into closed-door seclusion for 1 year, I will have to compete in 6 matches? "Yes. Not just that, but every match is randomly assigned to you based upon your current level of strength. It is completely different from the second floor where you seek your own opponents. So, you have to be very careful in hiding your own strength. If you expose too many of your abilities, then the matches you will be given will be increasingly strong." "I understand. Speaking with Brother Muk has really helped a lot. Brother Lin is too humble. We're both human, so we should help each other when we can. These little things are the best that I can do. If Brother Lin goes to the third floor, then you can find me there." As Muk Ji spoke, he put down a note with his address. This was the location of his residence there. Lin Ming glanced at it, then put it away. "There are some minor matters that I must complete on the second floor. Afterwards, it shouldn't be too long before I go to the third floor. I'll have to trouble Brother Muk when I head up. Brother Lin is too polite. Feel free to look for me whenever." Chapter 563, The 8 Inner Hidden Gates. Chapter 563, The 8 Inner Hidden Gates. After Lin Ming bid Muk Ji farewell, he quickly soared over to the second floor's city square. Because of Lin Ming's arrival, a pall of heavy silence immediately fell over the entire area. Many of the martial artists present now knew who Lin Ming was. As the king of the second floor, his arrival at the city square was like an emperor going out on a journey. "Young hero Lin, From far away, the fat Fei that Lin Ming was doing business with hurried over, his face covered with smiles. Does young hero Lin have any orders? Have you finished trading for the blood demon crystals? Lin Ming had left a great deal of treasures here for the fat Fei vendor to exchange for high-grade blood demon crystals. I've exchanged less than a half. These past days I haven't been selling any of my own wares, I've only been helping to take care of yours. The fat Fei vendor was doing everything he could to establish better relations with Lin Ming. He truly had tried his best these past days. All of the treasures that Lin Ming had left to him were scattered and very random. Although every object was valuable, it would be difficult to find a suitable buyer for every item in a short time. Millimeter. I won't treat you poorly. As for the previous agreement we made, I'll make sure that you receive the percentage promised. Haha, young hero Lin is too polite. Being able to sell treasures for you is my honor. The fat Fei vendor said as he pulled out a case of blood demon crystals. The inside was packed with high-grade blood demon crystals. This is what I've gathered from the recent trades as well as the exchange of medium-grade blood demon crystals. There should be a total of 400 high-grade blood demon crystals. Please count them. Lin Ming casually swept over them, the number was correct. He took 20 out and handed them to the fat Fei vendor. Here, this is the agreed 5%. It would be best if you could completely trade everything within the month. That is, the fat Fei looked at the 20 high-grade blood demon crystals in front of him and quietly gulped. Young hero Lin, you may rest assured that I will do everything in my power to complete your task in the shortest time possible. The fat Fei slapped his chest in guarantee. Great. After this matter is complete, I will give you another reward. Lin Ming received all of the blood demon crystals and then walked away. After he returned to his practice area, Lin Ming first sat in meditation to relax his state of mind. Then, he took out Xing Tian's spatial ring. Xing Tian's spatial ring was a top medium-grade earth-step treasure. As Lin Ming probed it with his sense, he could tell that its inner dimensional space was 3 to 4 times larger than Xueman's spatial ring. The space inside was also extremely stable. It would be able to function for another 3,000 to 4,000 years without collapsing. Great ring. Just this ring by itself is priceless. Lin Ming began to take everything out of the spatial ring. The first thing that caught his eye was a large box of high-grade blood demon crystals. Roughly estimating, there was around 500 to 600 of them. As for medium-grade blood demon crystals, there were several dozen large cases that were packed to the brim. A conservative estimate was in the tens of thousands. This was a great amount of wealth. The blood demon crystals were all separately placed into another spatial ring. This was followed by the pills, jade slips, treasures, and so on. Because Lin Ming wanted to find some of Skysplit Tower's secrets from Xing Tian's spatial ring, he carefully and patiently checked every jade slip for clues. But unfortunately, from start to end, he didn't find anything of value concerning Skysplit Tower. These jade slips recorded rare demonic realm cultivation methods, but they weren't too useful to Lin Ming. Slightly disappointed, Lin Ming began to examine the pill bottles. With several dozen pill bottles, Lin Ming began to take the pills out one at a time. Most of them were high-level recovery medicines like the Divine Blood Pill. They weren't particularly special. But as Lin Ming was about to sweep aside the pill bottles, something caught his attention. He took a pill bottle and gently rolled it in his hand. This is a spell. Lin Ming was surprised to find that this seemingly ordinary engraved bottle was in fact cleverly concealing a small spell. Lin Ming had a deep understanding of spells. He studied the spell a bit, and his mouth curved up in a smile. How interesting. I wonder what's inside. Lin Ming slowly traced a finger down the bottle and carefully injected true essence within. After a while, a black hazy aura began to appear over the originally pure white bottle. Catcher. With a light sound, the bottle cracked in half. Immediately, a large metal box flew out of the bottle. For the half-fist-sized bottle to contain such a large metal box, this was of course the function of that spell. You've placed this in your own spatial ring, yet you've done everything you could to hide it. For you to be so cautious, what can it be? Lin Ming's curiosity was aroused. Whatever this was must be extremely important to Xingtian. The metal box was a light blue-gray all over. As Lin Ming took it in his hands, he felt the cool texture of metal. Such a small box was actually no less than 100 jins. He twisted the box's lock, opened the lid, and saw a fine swathe of yellow silk inside. As he slowly unwrapped the yellow silk cloth, he finally saw what was inside. It was a bead the size of a pigeon. The body was jet black, and there were some faint patterns on the surface. It looked like black glass that was filled with impurities. Lin Ming took the bead in his hand and traced the cold surface with his fingers. A cold feeling seemed to spread from the surface and into his meridians. It made one feel as if they were connected to the black bead. What is this? Lin Ming could feel that there was something extraordinary about this bead. It seemed to contain some pure and unfathomable power. Looking at just how much importance Xingtian placed on the bead, Lin Ming could guess how important it was. This must be a treasure. But I don't know how to use it. Lin Ming searched through the jade slips in Xingtian's spatial ring and couldn't find anything related to this bead. Since looking at this bead wouldn't produce any more information, Lin Ming put it away. Through his conversation with Muk Ji-yu, Lin Ming came to understand that Skysplit Tower's third floor was the final level for the tower challengers. Although he was confident in his ability, he didn't dare to act too rashly. In his battle with Xingtian, Lin Ming used every skill in his repertoire besides the blood of the ancient phoenix. But Xingtian's strength could only be arranged in the middle ranks of Skysplit Tower's third floor. This meant that there were a considerable number of people on the third floor that Lin Ming was not a match for. In this situation, Lin Ming couldn't recklessly provoke the powerhouses of the third floor. Right now Lin Ming was only 18 years old. He had a great amount of time to grow, so he wasn't in too much of a hurry. He was prepared to go into closed-door seclusion for a long period of time. It could be a few months, or it could even be a year. Lin Ming had just broken through to the middle Xiantian realm. If he wanted to step into the late Xiantian realm, it would be difficult. Not just that, but even if he did reach the late Xiantian realm, his strength wouldn't grow that much. However, Lin Ming had another plan. That was to practice the body transformation system. After reaching 100% tempering marrow, Lin Ming didn't have time to further progress in the chaotic virtues combat meridians. But now, he planned to calm his heart and practice the chaotic virtues combat meridians in an attempt to open the elusive 8 inner hidden gates. After tempering marrow was the 8 inner hidden gates, and above the 8 inner hidden gates was the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Once the realm of the god's body transformation system was cultivated to the extreme limit, one could reverse the universe and split apart creation. Of course, the price one had to pay for cultivating the body transformation system was horridly terrifying. This was also the reason why many martial artists within the realm of the gods chose the essence gathering system. As for the holy demon continent, even the geniuses of ancient times saw the body transformation system as weak and useless. It needed a massive investment of materials, and yet the return was so little. Over time, humanity's body transformation system was eliminated. These cultivation method legacies were also annihilated in the endless dust of history, disappearing without a trace. Lin Ming took out 100 blood demon crystals from his spatial ring at once. A blood demon crystal's advantage over a true essence stone was in its ability to enhance one's blood vitality. It could help refine the body and nourish the soul. The giant demon race's body transformation law formulas were dependent upon these blood demon crystals. On the same side, a blood demon crystal had a similar effect to a human's body transformation technique. I will rely on these high-grade blood demon crystals to cultivate the chaotic virtues combat meridians. I won't leave closed-door cultivation until I have passed the bottleneck. Lin Ming set firm his resolve. After swallowing several fasting pills, he let the true essence flood out from his marrow, and then began to revolve it with the true primal chaos formula. Quickly, Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial intent state, losing control of his consciousness. The true essence within his body began to revolve in a completely autonomous manner. It could be called the most perfect route. On the 4th floor of Skysplit Tower, within a magnificent and dimly lit hall, The sounds of heavy footsteps resounded as a black-cloaked 12-foot-tall giant demon man walked towards the door. Xing Tian died. A voice suddenly sounded out from the hall. However, one could not see the figure of the one who spoke. The words echoed out as if spoken by a phantom. I know. The giant demon's footsteps slowed. He, like many other giant demons, had blue skin. But his appearance wasn't as blocky or rough as other giant demons. Rather, he was very elegant and refined. He was an astoundingly handsome individual. Although we already noticed Lin Ming early on, we've underestimated him. I originally was thinking of allowing Xing Tian to handle him, but I never imagined that he would reverse the tables and kill Xing Tian instead. He is not some low-level trash. Even if he is an emperor-level talent, he is also an upper-level emperor talent. If he is allowed to freely grow, he might one day become a divine sea powerhouse in the future, and not just that, but an extremely strong divine sea powerhouse. The voice sounded out once more. Within the main hall, a distortion appeared in the air. Infernal energy began to gather together, slowly condensing into the drifting shade of a Goliath. There was another use of a battle array disc. Through two linked arrays, one could transmit a phantom image along with sounds in order to speak directly. If one wanted to use sound-transmitting talismans to do the same, it would require a great deal of sound-transmitting talismans to be used one after the other. It was unnecessarily troublesome. Him reaching the divine sea has nothing to do with my blood slaughter steps. The giant demon casually said. The blood slaughter steps were known as a restricted land for divine sea powerhouses. Let alone the divine sea, even a high-level life destruction powerhouse would not dare to set foot in this land, otherwise they would be killed by the strange curse that existed here. Whether Lin Ming reached the divine sea realm had nothing to do with them. That's true. But before he reaches the divine sea, he will become the 13th ten-winged heavenly demon. I don't want someone to rise up and take a share of our power, especially when they are a human. The voice slowly said after a deep silence. At this moment, within the dark hall, another floating phantom shined in the air. This floating phantom was that of a Fey man. He had a beard, making his originally handsome face appear a bit pessimistic. The Fey man faintly smiled and said, "This fellow called Lin Ming has gone into closed-door seclusion on the second floor, he's quite the smart one." The Goliath High Lord thought for a moment and smiled. He said, when he goes through closed-door seclusion, he will inevitably meet a bottleneck if he doesn't experience true combat. It's impossible for him to stay there for too long. After he leaves, I will find someone to deal with him. Chapter 564, Nameless Divine Pill. Chapter 564, Nameless Divine Pill. To the High Lords of Skysplit Tower, gaining another High Lord was not good news, but it wasn't something terrifying either. What they most wanted was to take these outstanding young elites and have them under their command in order to further consolidate their power within Skysplit Tower. The giant demon hesitated for a moment. Then, he took out a sound-transmitting talisman from his spatial ring. With a flick of his hand, a flame ignited. In the dark hall, it seemed especially bright. On the third floor of Skysplit Tower, within a completely enclosed metal chamber, there was a sturdy-looking black-clothed youth shadowboxing. Every punch he made was fast and made a sound like a thunderclap, endlessly repeating. As the sturdy youth was practicing, a black-clothed woman suddenly broke into the chamber and said, "Boss, let us deal with Lin Ming." Millimeter. The sturdy youth slowed down. Lin Ming, the Lin Ming that killed Xing Tian? Yes. The sturdy youth didn't speak. He continued punching again. Every punch he made against the metal wall loudly reverberated in the room. The specially constructed profound gold room was completely sunken in by the sturdy youth's punches. "What do you think?" the black-clothed woman asked. The sturdy youth stopped. He rubbed his hands and said, "Xing Tian underestimated his opponent. But, that's just the nature of things. Anybody who calls themselves the king of the second floor would underestimate their opponent if the one they fought was a child. I've already looked over a phantom copy of Lin Ming and Xing Tian's battle. I estimate that the strength that Lin Ming displayed at the time should already be nearing his limits. This strength is decent on the third floor. With Lin Ming's current age, That strength qualifies him as an unusually monstrous talent. But, compared to us high-ranking heavenly demon 7 stars, he's just nothing at all. The sturdy youth suddenly kicked out. With a loud popping noise, the entire profound gold wall completely warped, with even the bottom lifting up from the force. It was like a door was opening under it. The black-clothed woman saw this scene and shook her head. She would have to find a metal alchemist to repair the wall again. Lin Ming is currently cultivating on the 2nd floor. Once he comes to the 3rd floor, according to the rules of Skysplit Tower, it's impossible for him to face a top powerhouse in his first few rounds. That is, he has a great deal of growing he can do before he actually reaches us heavenly demon 7 stars. So, yes, good luck to you. The sturdy youth rubbed his nose, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He laughed as he said aloud, I only fear that he can't grow and it would just be boring. In his practice room, Lin Ming naturally didn't know about all these events happening around him. With the support of the ethereal martial intent state, he had completely entered into an inspired state, without even a shred of consciousness left. The true essence in his body was moving entirely on its own instincts. In this condition, Lin Ming's cultivation speed was extremely terrifying. Practice went on without a sense of time. In a flash of an eye, 3 months of closed-door seclusion passed. During this entire period, he only went out one time, and that was to put up Xingtian's items that he didn't need as well as bring back the massive amount of high-grade blood demon crystals from the Fei Fei vendor. Even with the 5% consignment fee, Lin Ming had already brought back over 1,000 high-grade blood demon crystals from the Fat Fei vendor. The resources required to practice the chaotic virtues combat meridians were simply too great. Even if Lin Ming used a high-grade blood demon crystal, it wasn't too long after he placed it in his hands that it would lose its luster and crack open, completely turning into a useless rock. Lin Ming would often use several pieces of high-grade blood demon crystals together. This caused his usage rate of high-grade blood demon crystals to be even higher. In 3 months, Lin Ming used up 1,200 some high-grade blood demon crystals. This was equal to tens of thousands of medium-grade blood demon crystals. In this process, the Fat Fei vendor could have been said to have made a great contribution. From the very start, a great number of high-grade blood demon crystals were exchanged. But afterwards, as Lin Ming traded more and more, the amount of high-grade blood demon crystals became less and less even as the price crept up. They simply became very difficult to exchange for. Without the Fat Fei vendor, exchanging all these crystals would have been a massive headache for Lin Ming. In the 3 months of seclusion, Lin Ming had given the 100,000 plus medium-grade blood demon crystals in Xingtian's spatial ring to the Fei Fei vendor. This was equal to over 1,000 high-grade blood demon crystals. Even Lin Ming found this a bit hard to handle. But, what surprised Lin Ming was the Fat Fei vendor's ability. As the high-grade blood demon crystals on the 2nd floor grew scarcer, he attempted to contact others on the 3rd floor in order to exchange for high-grade blood demon crystals. There were a great deal of high-grade blood demon crystals on the 3rd floor. There, martial artists mostly used high-grade blood demon crystals. Medium-grade blood demon crystals were almost only used for daily expenses. This also caused high-grade blood demon crystals on the 3rd floor to be more expensive. The conversion price there was 125:1. Lin Ming didn't care much about this. It was fine as long as he could trade for them. So like this, another 2 months passed. Lin Ming had been in closed-door seclusion for a full 5 months. During these 5 months, Lin Ming consumed high-grade blood demon crystals while completely disregarding the cost. In addition, he also had the top-grade practice room with its rich infernal energy as well as the support of the ethereal martial intent. Lin Ming's practice speed could be described as astronomical. In the body transformation aspect, Lin Ming's talent wasn't originally considered too bad. After he fused with a drop of blood from a true dragon, his physique greatly improved. In addition to the repeated tempering that he underwent, his foundation was very solid. On this day, as Lin Ming was meditating on his stone bed, he opened his eyes. 5 months. With the ethereal martial intent, I cultivated for 5 months. This was all in order to lay down the foundation for opening the 8 inner hidden gates, but even so, I'm still far off from the starting point. Moreover, My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Lin Ming's recent cultivation in the last month had become increasingly slow. Presumably, he wasn't too far from reaching a bottleneck. From tempering marrow to the 8 inner hidden gates, there was a very long path. One had to cultivate the first half of the chaotic virtues combat meridians to the state of perfection. It was impossible to complete overnight. And even if everything was ready, he still needed top-quality materials and medicines in order to open the 8 inner hidden gates. The level of difficulty far surpassed that of tempering marrow. To look for this sort of heavenly material in the Sky Spill continent, one needed a massive lucky chance. Thus, the road of body transformation that Lin Ming walked could be said to be filled with endless hurdles. Lin Ming hesitated for a long time. Then, he whispered an incantation and a fist-sized golden orb shot out from his dantian. This golden orb spun in the air several times and a moment later it turned into a small golden stove. This was the cosmic melting furnace. Open. Lin Ming turned his right hand and the lid flew off. A blue-colored pill flew out from the cosmic melting furnace and into his hand. Initially, when Abbot Whitebrow from Great Zen Temple had tried to forcefully open the cosmic melting furnace with the bright Buddha palm seal, there were red and blue lights that appeared. The red light was a glob of blood from the ancient giant demons. It was already swallowed by the magic cube. As for the blue light, it was the nameless divine pill now in Lin Ming's hand. This nameless divine pill was the size of a longan, and its entire body was covered in a layer of chilling cold. As Lin Ming took it in his hand, he could clearly feel the cold air passing into his meridians, icy to the point where it felt like it could freeze his soul. This ancient cold pressure seemed to contain the flowing time of tens of thousands of years. It was almost entirely similar to the Nirvana dragon root. Lin Ming was sure that this nameless divine pill was refined with a Nirvana dragon root. A Nirvana dragon root could itself help him complete 100% tempering marrow. Then, what effect would a pill refined with a Nirvana dragon root have? Lin Ming carefully examined this pill all over. But, he didn't yet dare to swallow it. He could feel the highly compressed bone-chilling energy within, which gave him an apprehensive feeling. Normally, a pill was much more overbearing than the materials used to make it. If one recklessly swallowed one, it was possible that their entire body would burst apart. Unfortunately, that old three-headed dog suffered a soul injury in the space storm and fell into a deep slumber. Otherwise, if he was here he would be able to give me some advice. Lin Ming slightly frowned. Now that he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, he would have to go out and experience the third floor. But although Lin Ming was confident, he wasn't confident to the point where he looked down on the all-heroic young elites. With his strength, if he rashly went to the third floor then he might experience some dangers there. Lin Ming hesitated and then said to himself, when I absorbed the Nirvana dragon root, I used the method of refining it with clear spring water. I infused the water with the medicinal efficacy and then immersed myself in the water, absorbing all of the essence into my body. That old dog Demon Shine said that using this method was much better than swallowing the Nirvana dragon root. This nameless divine pill was refined from a Nirvana dragon root, so it shouldn't be wrong to use the same method to take it. The advantage of using water as the refinement method was that it could disperse the rich and potent medicine efficacy. This would cause the medicinal efficacy to be much more moderate and easier to absorb. Since Lin Ming made his decision, he no longer hesitated. Looking at it differently, even if this method was incorrect and he ended up wasting a massive amount of the blue pill's medicinal efficacy, he wouldn't feel too bad. His future path was still endlessly long, there would always be more opportunities awaiting him. At this moment, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and was also beset with dangers all around. This was the best time to use this blue-colored pill. If he didn't use it now for fear of wasting it, then all he would be doing is wasting time instead. To Lin Ming, time was the most precious of resources. All other resources could be found again. Only time could not be recovered. Lin Ming took out some solar origin spring water from his spatial ring. This solar origin spring water originated from the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm's general level smelting trial. The spring water itself contained a very rich and very pure heaven and earth origin energy without any hint of toxins or impurities. It was extremely precious. When Lin Ming was in the divine phoenix mystic realm, he drank this sort of water daily. After he left, he carried off a great amount. After years of constantly consuming this water, all he had left over were 2 large barrels. The alchemical device he would use was naturally the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming opened the first layer of the cosmic melting furnace. With a wave of his hand, a stream of solar origin spring water flew out from the barrel like a shining rainbow, falling into the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the nameless divine pill turned into a blue light that followed the stream of water into the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming stood at the edge of the cosmic melting furnace, looking in from above. As the nameless divine pill fell into the solar origin spring water, the water suddenly began to freeze over at a fast speed. In just several blinks, it formed into one large lump of ice. Chapter 565, Gate of Opening. Chapter 565, Gate of Opening. It's turned to ice. Lin Ming was stunned. This was strange. Would he have to use the fallen star flame to heat it now? Using water as a refining medium for alchemical medicine was normal. For instance, one would use a flame to boil medicine. It was just that this nameless divine pill clearly had a chilling yin attribute. Would heating it with fire be appropriate? Lin Ming hesitated. But at this time, the ice lump within the cosmic melting furnace began to melt. That nameless divine pill seemed to spread slight blue permeations within the solar origin water. Wherever this light blue went, the iced-up solar origin water would begin to rapidly melt. However, after the ice melted, the cold energy didn't decrease. Rather, it became even more terrifying. Lin Ming only needed to glance at the cold spring water within the cosmic melting furnace to feel as if his entire body was freezing over. The melting ice should be because that faint blue trace is fusing into the water, making it even colder. If this continues... Lin Ming's mind suddenly stirred. He moved his hand to take the nameless divine pill, using his soul force to move it. But in the short time that his soul force came into contact with the pill, it felt as if his soul were freezing. Looking at the nameless divine pill, the size of it had already decreased. Lin Ming didn't dare to allow the solar origin water to absorb the medicinal efficacy anymore. If it did, he wasn't sure that he would be able to withstand it. It had to be known that a normal pill was crafted using several types of main medicinal ingredients. The Nirvana dragon root was only a single material used in creating this pill, and there were other ingredients that Lin Ming wasn't too sure of. Who knew how scary the medicinal efficacy of this nameless divine pill could be? Lin Ming flicked his finger, wrapping an arc of electricity around the nameless divine pill, quickly enveloping it in a cocoon. As his fingers linked together, he also put out seals in order to prevent the nameless divine pill's medicinal efficacy from escaping. Then, he took out a jade box from his spatial ring and carefully placed the nameless divine pill within. Seeing the cold blue spring water, Lin Ming could clearly feel a deathly chilling yin cold emanating from it. All of the muscles on his body began to involuntarily tremble. I'm only close to it, but my muscles are already trembling. If I jump in, won't my body freeze solid? Lin Ming's expression was solemn. He didn't know what sort of supreme elder had refined this nameless divine pill. What sort of other medicines did they combine with the Nirvana dragon root in order for this pill to be so ice-cold? With high-level medicines, there were moderate medicines and overbearing medicines. The Nirvana dragon root was relatively temperate, but this nameless divine pill was extraordinarily overbearing. Lin Ming fiercely grit his teeth and jumped into the cosmic melting furnace. The cosmic melting furnace itself contained other dimensional spaces. Although the first layer looked very small from the outside, it was large enough to contain Lin Ming within. After approaching this chilling blue water, Lin Ming felt all of the hairs crawl on his body. He closed his eyes and adjusted himself to this best condition. Then, after circulating his protective true essence to the limit, he jumped into the cold waters. With true essence protecting his body, Lin Ming felt a bone-biting cold that was manageable. However, Having this protective true essence around him was the same as completely isolating himself from the medicine around him. If he truly wanted to absorb the medicinal efficacy, then he would have to remove his bodily true essence and allow the medicine to seep in through his pores. Lin Ming took a deep breath. First, he removed the protective true essence around his right hand. Like this, Lin Ming's right hand and the chilling blue water came into contact. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if thousands of needles were digging deep into his right hand, causing a web of ache to spread within him. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Lin Ming could only watch on as the skin on his right hand instantly turned a deep cold white and then began to tear open. His blood didn't even have time to leak out before it was frozen. The cold energy savagely rushed through Lin Ming's pores, freezing and cracking even his meridians. This hand of Lin Ming's was nearly frozen to death in an instant. This is pretty scary. Lin Ming's forehead dripped with sweat, and his face began to twist a bit with pain. But he still decisively unraveled the protective true essence on his left hand. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Without any suspense, his left hand also suffered the same fate. Lin Ming silently watched, and then began to revolve the azure true essence in his body. After his left and right hands were frozen, they began to lose their vitality. The endless azure true essence was used to make up for it. These past years, Lin Ming had already accumulated an incomparably powerful blood vitality. With the addition of the reverse scale blood and the blood of the ancient phoenix, what Lin Ming was most confident in was not his powerful defensive ability, but rather the vast life force that existed within his body, his incomparable regenerative ability. As long as he had enough true essence, Lin Ming's meridians and body could unendingly repair themselves. This nameless divine pill should be refined for a life destruction or divine sea supreme elder. Not only is the medicinal efficacy oppressive, but with my strength I'll barely be able to absorb it. I can only allow the medicinal efficacy to destroy my body and then allow my vast life force and self-regenerative ability to save myself. I'll have to see whether my body is destroyed faster or whether I can regenerate faster. Lin Ming sat cross-legged within the chilling blue waters. He only felt as if two barbed steel brushes were rubbing within his hands, and his frozen muscles nearly tearing apart. This extreme pain was enough for one to wish for death. A normal martial artist would faint from this pain, never wishing to wake up, rather dying than suffering this endless agony. Under this excruciating pain, Lin Ming forcefully entered into the ethereal martial intent state, firmly defending his consciousness. He was well aware that if he fainted, he would be in a very, very dangerous situation. It was similar to a mortal fainting in the snow. After waking, if they were lucky, then their hands and feet would be lightly frozen. If they were unlucky, then the cold would seep into their meridians, freezing their body before rupturing their meridians and icing all of their organs, eventually dying. Lin Ming began to meditate the true primal chaos formula cultivation method within his heart. Lin Ming slowly dragged the energy from the nameless divine pill into his body, gradually running it throughout his body. Wherever this tyrannically chilling energy went, it brutally destroyed. This sort of pain was enough to collapse the spiritual sea of a weak-willed martial artist, having them suffer endlessly as they slowly faded away. Even Lin Ming's face distorted from the agony, sweat tumbling down his body. After tempering marrow, a martial artist's skeleton became incomparably tenacious. And this time, the strength that was locked within a martial artist's body turned into their flesh. The function of the 8 inner hidden gates was to rebuild the body. A martial artist that cultivated the essence gathering system had true essence circulate through their meridians and dantian. It was a system separate from the mortal body, linking the body's 360 acupoints with heaven and earth origin energy. But, when body transformation reached the realm of the 8 inner hidden gates, it used heaven and earth origin energy to temper the human body. This heaven and earth origin energy exactly entered the body through these 8 channels. These 8 channels were named the Gate of Healing, Gate of Life, Gate of Pain, Gate of Limit, Gate of View, Gate of Death, Gate of Wonder, and Gate of Opening. The first door that Lin Ming wanted to open was the Gate of Healing. This gate was located in the center of the 2 clavicles. The power of blood vitality would gather here before converging into the brain, It was the central junction point for one's blood vitality. After opening this door, not only would his power greatly rise, but his restorative ability and physical strength would greatly increase. However, if he wanted to completely open it, that was a tremendously difficult task. Lin Ming revolved true essence according to the true primal chaos formula. He gathered the nameless divine pill's energy into the heart of his clavicles. The ice-cold energy stabbed into here an inch at a time. It was like a steel needle was being freshly inserted. A normal martial artist in this state would already be half fainted with pain, let alone having the willpower to consciously guide the energy to open the 8 inner hidden gates. Bit by bit, without a sense of time, Lin Ming became numb to the pain. But at this moment, he felt all of the blood within his marrow rise up, as if it wanted to condense into a bead of blood. Millimeter. Lin Ming suddenly awakened from his ethereal state. He wanted to carefully sense this force, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. In regards to the gate of healing in his clavicles, he found that a light hazy blue mist had appeared near it. Besides that, there hadn't been any other changes. Opening his eyes, Lin Ming looked at the solar origin spring water and sucked in a cold breath. The water had originally contained a light blue energy, but now it had been almost cleanly absorbed by him. All that was left over was some water that didn't have too much spiritual energy in it. Already absorbed. Lin Ming shook his head. He glanced over at the hourglass. Surprisingly, 32 hours had passed. Over a day. I used over a day to absorb a portion of the nameless divine pill's medicinal efficacy, but I'm still far from opening the gate of healing. Now, I can be considered as just having crossed the threshold for the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming jumped out from the cosmic melting furnace. As he glanced at his hands, he bitterly smiled. His 2 hands were already completely without feeling. If he were a mortal, then his hands would have been considered useless. But to Lin Ming, this naturally wasn't a problem. He just needed 7 or 8 days of training to recover. Without control of his hands, Lin Ming examined his dantian. He was surprised to find that the true essence cyclone within his dantian had faintly grown. His middle Xiantian realm had consolidated even further. This nameless divine pill is truly a wonderfully strange medicine. Not only did it help me open the 8 inner hidden gates, but it also helped me temper my essence gathering cultivation. This time, I clearly feel that my strength has grown. Lin Ming hadn't expected to open the gate of healing from the start. From tempering marrow to the 8 inner hidden gates, there was a massive leap. Everything was difficult at the start. How could it be so easily opened like that? It had to be mentioned that Lin Ming had spent a vast amount of time and effort in order to fully complete tempering marrow. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Suddenly, his imposing aura erupted. Heretical God Force, open. Highly compressed true essence flushed out. Even the spells in the practice area shook. Divine Demon Thunder Soul, go. With a thought, the coiling dragon steel needle shot out from his body, directly shooting towards a wall. With a massive explosion, the metal wall supported by an array formation began to fiercely shake, a huge dent appearing in it. Again, Lin Ming commanded the coiling dragon steel needle to attack again. Bang! 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 With this bombardment, the metal wall array formation fiercely trembled precariously. This top-grade practice area had already factored in that a martial artist would send out attacks, so the array formation laid down was extremely strong. But now because of Lin Ming, it was on the verge of bursting apart. Lin Ming was silently counting the time in his heart. From the time he opened the heretical God Force to the time he exhausted his compressed true essence, around an incense stick of time had passed. An incense stick of time. My heretical God Force can actually persist for an incense stick of time. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Chapter 566, Into the Third Floor. Chapter 566, Into the Third Floor. Lin Ming hadn't opened the gate of healing, it was just that there was a faint hazy blue mist near it. This was the way it was. Every time Lin Ming attacked, he could clearly feel the heaven and earth origin energy pass through this mist and into his clavicles, converging into his meridians and dispersing through his body. It was like an invisible origin energy vortex had appeared near the gate of healing. With a constant supply of origin energy, Lin Ming's long-term combat efficiency had greatly increased. This was also the reason that the heretical god force could now last for an incense stick of time. From the point that Lin Ming began to rise, the heretical god force had helped him countless times to reverse the flow of battle. However, the heretical god force had a fatal flaw, and that was that it couldn't last for an extended period. After he used it, it would consume a great deal of his energy. This was the reason that Lin Ming didn't dare to easily open the heretical god force in a fight, instead saving it as his final move. When Lin Ming first entered Skysplit Tower, his heretical god force could only last for several dozen breaths of time. Not just that, but once he opened it he couldn't close it. After entering Skysplit Tower and practicing here for a long time, the heretical god force had taken another step further. Lin Ming could now momentarily open and close the heretical god force. After touching upon the threshold for the Gate of Healing, the duration of the heretical god force had also lengthened to an incense stick of time. It could be said that the practical usability of the heretical god force had been greatly enhanced. After putting away the cosmic melting furnace, with his whole body exhausted and aching, Lin Ming fell into a wonderful sleep. It had been a long time since he was able to relax in sleep. During his stay so far in this top-grade practice area, he had even spent his sleep time cultivating. With this comfortable feeling, Lin Ming slept well, resting for an entire day and night. After waking up he took a bath and switched into a new set of clothes, and then made a detour to the city square in order to pick up any new blood demon crystals that were traded in. It was time to go to the 3rd floor. Without knowing, Lin Ming had already stayed on the 2nd floor for over half a year of time. It had been nearly a year since he arrived at the Holy Demon Continent. 1 year. How were Miss Mu and Xingxuan doing? Was Divine Phoenix Island able to defend itself? How were his parents? How was his little sister? Lin Ming was filled with worries. This is the opening token for the transmission array to the 3rd floor. Please take it. Nearby the 2nd floor's transmission array, a guard responsible for handling challengers said to Lin Ming as he respectfully handed the token to him. Thank you. Lin Ming received the token and placed it into the transmission array. A white light flashed around him. In the next instant, Lin Ming arrived at the 3rd floor. This was also the final floor for Skysplit Tower's challengers. Skysplit Tower was shaped like a cone. The further up it went, the smaller it was. The 3rd floor was barely half the size of the 2nd floor. As Lin Ming stepped forth from the transmission array, a young Fey girl was already waiting there. Young hero Lin? My name is Lin. I have been waiting here for you for a long time. Starting from the 2nd floor, every new arriving challenger would have a reception with a servant. This person could introduce them to the practice areas or show them to the martial arena location in order to avoid trouble. That's me. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. The young girl named Lin was surprised and then quickly covered her mouth as she chuckled. Martial artists that came to the 3rd floor were normally around 26 or 27 years of age. Not just that, but they were always extremely prideful and arrogant in their behavior, mostly disdaining to talk to such a low-level character like her. It was surprising to meet such a well-mannered and polite young man like Lin Ming. Young hero Lin, I can serve you for these next few days. Practice place, arena, city square, entertainment area. Where would you like to go? Practice place. Lin Ming replied without hesitation. After his conversation with Muk Ji Yu, Lin Ming was interested in the practice areas on the 3rd floor. He especially wanted to know what resources were here that would cause so many outstanding young elites to rush to the 3rd floor like a pack of ducks. Millimeter. Please follow me. The 3rd floor was much lonelier than the 2nd floor. Walking through the roads here, it was rare to see a martial artist. Most of them were in closed-door seclusion. On Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, the pressure was great. The martial artists that made it here were not common within their generation. Every single person that practiced here was like a boat going against the current of the ocean. If they couldn't move forwards, then they would fall behind, and once they did, they would inevitably fall into the abyss without any chance of redemption. This great pressure spurred on every martial here. If they couldn't become an emperor, then they would become a ghost. The The third floor's practice area and city square bordered each other. When Lin brought Lin Ming close to the third floor city square, he finally began to see more martial artists in his surroundings. It was similar to the second floor. There were many martial artists that had set up a stall here. Lin Ming glanced over. Most of the martial artists' cultivation were at the early Xiantian realm, and there were even some at the Hutian realm. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. These people are... Oh, they are employees of the challengers here. They are specifically responsible for setting up stalls and making sales. The challengers of the third floor just don't have time to idle around for business. The city square and practice area on the third floor prohibit fighting, so vendors here can do business without danger even if their cultivation is low. Lin Ming nodded. Truly, the third floor was different from the second floor. Here, every second counted. One had to seize every chance possible. Hiring someone to work for them and handle their affairs was the most reasonable approach. Lin Ming swept over several of the items on sale here and noticed that everything was much more expensive than on the second floor. But Lin Ming was already used to seeing such rare and valuable treasures, so he wasn't too interested in them. As he was about to exit the city square, Lin Ming suddenly felt someone's attention lock onto him. Lin Ming stopped his footsteps and turned around. Behind him, several dozen feet away, there was an imp sitting at a square table. He was swinging a folding fan in his hand, slyly smiling. Although his smiling expression appeared very amiable, Lin Ming actually had a feeling that he was being stared at by a viper. This person is strong. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his expression solemn. This person had completely restrained their aura within their body, giving off an unfathomably deep feeling. Skysplit Tower's third floor was truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Masters were simply everywhere here. Feeling potential hostility in this person's smiling expression, Lin Ming decided that he didn't want to cause unnecessary complications. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a true essence sound transmission sounded in his ears. "Stop right there." This order carried an imperious tone to it. Lin Ming frowned. As he turned again, he saw that the imp had closed his folding fan. The imp said, "Come, let's have a chat." The imp nodded at a stool across from him. He wanted Lin Ming to walk over and sit there. "What?" Lin Ming asked. Anybody who was commanded to walk over by someone they didn't know wouldn't be feeling too good about it. But at this moment, as Lin saw this imp, her expression changed. She hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, "So it's the heavenly demon 7 stars Sir Kai Yang. This young girl greets Sir Kai Yang. Heavenly demon 7 stars?" Lin Ming had already heard this title before. It seemed that the heavenly demon 7 stars were famous on the third floor. So this imp was apparently one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. No wonder he had been so arrogant, that was because he had the strength to back it up. Lin Ming was silent for a moment, but at this time, Lin's panicked true essence sound transmission reached his ears. "Young hero Lin, don't look at Sir Kai Yang's friendly expression. In truth he is a cruel and bloodthirsty individual. He uses extremely wicked and sadistic means. Young hero Lin, you should quickly go over. If you anger him, he will keep a grudge in his heart. It will be dangerous to you in the future." As Lin saw Lin Ming not responding, she became a bit impatient. She feared that he would somehow offend Kai Yang. She had a very good impression of Lin Ming, so she didn't want him to suffer a loss in the future because of this. Sure enough, as Kai Yang saw Lin Ming's indifferent look, he glowered. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, Kai Yang's amiable smile returned and he took initiative to stand up instead. "If you don't want to come over, it's fine that I come over instead." Kai Yang slowly walked over to Lin Ming as he swung his fan. Lin was afraid. She had heard that Kai Yang was subject to wildly swinging moods. If he smiled, it was likely that he wanted to kill someone. She subconsciously stepped back. Then again, this was the city square. Fighting was prohibited here. No matter how great Kai Yang's courage was, he would not randomly kill someone here. This thought calmed her down somewhat. But she couldn't be blamed for shrinking back. On the third floor, it was normal for a challenger to kill a servant because they were displeased by something. Lin Ming's mind went on alert, though he remained calm and collected on the surface. He knew that when he arrived here, it was likely that he would meet someone who was aiming at him. When Kai Yang approached, Lin Ming cupped his fists together and said, "Can I help you?" This question that was neither humble nor arrogant caused the imp to smile. When he smiled, the wrinkly folds on his face bunched up even further, causing him to look even more disgusting. "Lin Ming. I am Lin Ming. Millimeter, I heard that you killed Xingtian." Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. "Yes. Are you thinking of taking revenge for him?" "Revenge? Hehe, I don't have that much time to waste. But, when you killed Xingtian, you should have obtained his spatial ring." Lin Ming's mind went cold. This imp had come here for this. He nodded. It was impossible to hide something like this. "Ha ha," the imp chuckled twice. Then, he switched to a true essence sound transmission and said, "In Xingtian's spatial ring, if I'm not wrong, there should be a black, glass-like bead, around the size of a pigeon egg. It's covered in impurities and is cool to the touch, right?" Lin Ming remained silent. There really was this sort of bead within Xingtian's spatial ring. It had been cleverly hidden within a normal-looking pill bottle by a spell. If he hadn't carefully looked through Xingtian's ring, then he would have really missed it. Although Lin Ming didn't completely understand the function of this bead, he could tell from how Xingtian had carefully treated it, in addition to a faint intuitive feeling he had, that this bead was something extraordinary. Seeing Lin Ming's silence, the imp smiled. In truth, he didn't need Lin Ming to reply. He could approximately guess that this bead had fallen into Lin Ming's hands. 1,000 blood demon crystals. I'll buy that from you. The imp tossed out a price tag. These 1,000 blood demon crystals were naturally high-grade blood demon crystals. It was equal to more than 100,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. "I'm sorry, but it's not for sale." Lin Ming flatly refused. He could earn blood demon crystals again, but this bead was most likely something that couldn't be bought. Naturally, Lin Ming wasn't do something so stupid as selling it. "Millimeter?" Kai Yang frowned. He didn't become angry but instead coldly said, "Then how much do you want?" "Name a price." Lin Ming said, "I just said that I will not sell this bead." Kai Yang glowered. "So you would rather do things the hard way, huh?" Chapter 567, Concept of Thunder. Chapter 567, Concept of Thunder. Although Skysplit Tower took strength as the basis for all, the fact was that it was a place firmly established in rules. In particular, areas that banned fighting. Even a High Lord would not rashly violate these rules, because they needed to maintain the reputation of Skysplit Tower. Since the city square forbid fighting, nobody dared to start doing so here. Lin Ming wasn't much impressed with Kai Yang's threat. 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. This is my final offer. You may be king on the second floor, but now that you've come to the third floor you are nothing at all. I have plenty of methods to make you suffer here. Lin Ming smiled. How about this? I'll give you blood demon crystals, and you tell me just what this black glass bead is, okay? Good. Very good. Kai Yang glared at Lin Ming and snapped his fan together with a paw. You think that you can use it? How utterly naive. Even Xingtian was unable to use it, otherwise why do you think he would keep something like that in his spatial ring? Lin Ming subtly looked at Kai Yang. I am not Xingtian. I have to thank you, you've reminded me again just how valuable this black bead is. Hey, Kai Yang maliciously smiled, since this is how it is, there is nothing left to say. I will make you regret your decision. One day, you will obediently deliver that bead into my hand. Kai Yang finished speaking and strode away. After Kai Yang left, Lin looked at Lin Ming with fear in her eyes. Sir Lin, you. It's fine. Bring me to the practice area. Lin Ming was expressionless. He decided to unravel the mystery behind this black bead as soon as possible. As a human, it was very normal for others to attempt to push him around. In a place like this, as long others didn't try to bully or provoke him, he didn't want to cause trouble. The young Fey girl hesitated for a moment before she told Lin Ming, Sir Lin, Sir Kai Yang is someone under High Lord Heian. Millimeter? High Lord Heian. He is one of the 12 High Lords. His background is the imp race. On the 3rd floor, there are a great number of people who take refuge under certain High Lords. Working under them has a great number of advantages. The young Fey girl spoke to Hear before she was silent. In fact, speaking about something like this would easily bring about a great calamity on her head if it were discovered. The only reason she told Lin Ming this was because of the very favorable impression she had of him. Lin Ming heard the implication in these words. So this Kai Yang had a High Lord supporting him. No wonder he had mentioned that he had methods that would make life difficult for him. Thank you, now please bring me to the practice area. That's right, this is for you. Lin Ming took out a bag of medium-grade blood demon crystals form his spatial ring. There were around 60 to 70 inside. This, as Lin Lin saw these blood demon crystals, she was dazed. Take it. It's not much to me. Lin Ming directly pressed the bag of blood demon crystals into Lin Lin's hand. This is the 3rd floor's practice area. Lin Ming glanced at a black stone building in front of him. Relatively speaking, this building was very ordinary. It was several dozen feet high, but it wasn't too large. Millimeter. This is the registration office. The practice areas of the 3rd floor have different prices depending on their rank. Lin Ming nodded and pushed in the door, entering. Within building, there were 2 middle-aged men playing chess. What surprised Lin Ming, however, was that one of these 2 men was a human. Within the deacons of Skysplit Tower, it was rare to see pure humans. Come to choose a practice area? The middle-aged man looked up from his chess game. Yes. Do you want to practice cultivation methods? Or practice concepts and laws? Lin Ming was stunned. There are practice areas that I can especially practice concepts and laws in? Skysplit Tower's practice areas are of a far greater variety than you can imagine and far more precious. It's just that your authority is too low and you have no right to know of anything else. Here, look at this jade slip. The middle-aged man threw a jade slip at Lin Ming. As Lin Ming sank his consciousness within, he saw the information of the various practice places presented in front of him. The more he looked, the more he was startled. Putting aside those areas that he didn't have the qualifications to know of, just these were enough to shock him. The cultivation method practice area was a room several thousand feet deep into the source of infernal energy. There, the infernal energy was rich to a degree that normal martial artists could not resist it. Not just that, but there were several areas for practice in actual combat. Skysplit Tower had several killing arrays where one could face all sorts of energy form opponents. But these 2 were not the rarest. The rarest were the concept practice areas. Within Skysplit Tower, there were several strange lands where one could hone their sense of concepts by touching upon the source of that concept. For instance, if one entered a practice place for the concept of fire, they could touch upon the source of fire there. It was an incomparably mystical experience. I really wonder who it was that built Skysplit Tower, that it can even hold so many wonderful and odd places. Just what is listed on this jade slip is extremely precious, much less all the other practice resources that I don't have the qualifications to know of. I can see why so many outstanding heroic youths would risk their lives to stay on Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor. The resources here are simply too impressive. Every 2 months I have to participate in a match. In a match here, it's often that someone will die. Not just that, but there are no weak opponents here. Under the pressure of living between life and death, it is easiest for a martial artist to make breakthroughs in boundaries. Much less this place also has unique ways to cultivate. With all these factors added together, the geniuses that come to the 3rd floor to gain experience can easily break through their limits. Here, an amazing talent can become a saint-level talent, and a saint-level talent can become an emperor-level talent. Lin Ming sighed. Skysplit Tower was truly heaven for outstanding elites. But at the same time, it was also a grave for those same outstanding elites. Those that could survive here could break through their cocoons and be reborn into butterflies. But those that failed to break through their limits would fall beyond redemption. This was really 1 foot in heaven and 1 foot in hell. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, the chess-playing middle-aged man put away the jade slip and lazily said, "Have you chosen?" "I have." Lin Ming looked the middle-aged man, finding it a bit strange. There were very few humans within Skysplit Tower. It was rare to find even one or two deacons like this. It stood to reason that this alone should give birth to some warm feelings, but this middle-aged man obviously appeared impatient. He was even very cold when telling him about the different practice areas. "What have you chosen?" The middle-aged man took out a blank jade slip, preparing to register. "I choose a concept practice area. I want one with the concept of space, or the concept of time." As Lin Ming mentioned the concept of space and the concept of time, the middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ming with surprise. The concepts of space and time were elusive and beyond difficult to reach. Normally, a human would not have the chance to come into contact with these concepts. Did this boy actually comprehend the concepts of space and time? Those don't exist. The middle-aged man refused. The concepts of space and time were not called elusive for nothing. It wasn't easy to show the mysteries of space and time. Even Skysplit Tower didn't have the resources to do this, otherwise, even though the concepts of space and time wouldn't have spread throughout the entire third floor, those extremely talented Fey elites would have already grasped these concepts. "What do you have?" "We have concepts for the 5 main elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. We have the concept of wind, the concept of thunder, and we also have some derivative concepts such as the concept of landscape, concept of ice clouds, concept of mist, and so on." The concept of landscape, concept of ice clouds, concept of mist, in the end, these concepts were simply variations of the 5 main elemental concepts. Although they could improve one's strength, their potential for growth was limited. Those concepts that could truly reach the peak were the most basic concepts that served as the foundation for all. This included the more advanced concepts, such as the concepts of space and time, concept of annihilation, concept of immortality. But as for these more mystical concepts, Skysplit Tower did not have them. Is my authority not enough? Xing Tian's concept of annihilation should have been learnt within Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming thought. "Have you chosen?" The middle-aged man impatiently asked. "I have. I choose the concept of thunder." Lin Ming did not choose the concept of fire, nor did he choose the concept of wind. Instead, he chose the concept of thunder. Prior to this, when Lin Ming entered into the divine Phoenix mystic realm, he had already gained many understandings into the concept of fire. There was no need to mention the concept of wind. Lin Ming had studied that from the very start. It was only the concept of thunder that Lin Ming hadn't touched upon yet. In terms of comprehending the concept of thunder, Lin Ming could be said to have a major advantage. If he didn't go for this chance now, then that was simply wasting these great conditions. 1 slaughter point and 20 high-grade blood demon crystals every 10 days. This is your token. The middle-aged man threw a token at Lin Ming, as well as a jade slip marking the location of the practice area. Lin Ming swept through it. 1 slaughter point and 20 high-grade blood demon crystals was truly a high cost. On the third floor, earning slaughter points was much more difficult than on the second. This was because the martial artists here were also stronger. For a concept practice area, he had to use up a slaughter point every 10 days. If a martial artist only fought in a match every 2 months, then it was impossible to earn enough constant slaughter points. Lin Ming took the jade slip and left the registration office. After passing through a minor transmission array, Lin Ming arrived at his destination, the practice area for the concept of thunder. Lin Ming originally thought that the practice area for the concept of thunder would be similar to a hidden chamber. But as he entered, he was completely surprised. It was as if he had arrived at another world. This was an incomparably vast space. In the sky, there were massive floating boulders as well as small ones. These boulders also had vegetation growing on them. From afar, it seemed a bit ashen and gloomy. In the great sky, there were great curtains of light that extended past the horizon. These curtains were dozens of miles long or even hundreds of miles long. They were unpredictable, mysterious, and like curving blue rivers in the sky, immensely gorgeous. As Lin Ming approached, he discovered that these blue rivers of light in the air were impressively condensed from thunder origin energy. This thunder origin energy condensed into blue rivers of light. Rather than turning into thunder, it evolved into thousands of rivers of light that contained countless deep and profound meanings. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Is this really Skysplit Tower? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask this question. From the size of Skysplit Tower, it was absolutely impossible for such a great space to exist within it. Thus, he had either entered into an array, or he had been sent outside of Skysplit Tower. Chapter 568, Self-Created Style. Chapter 568, Self-Created Style. Lin Ming was proficient in the realm of the gods' array formations. If this vast space was an illusory magic array, then although he might not be able to break it, he should still be able to discern whether it was real or not. But now as he looked around, he couldn't see any sign that this was truly an illusory magic array. This is a real space. Maybe I left Skysplit Tower, or perhaps there is another possibility, and that is that this is a miniature world. It could have been sealed away by someone with vast supernatural powers and compressed within Skysplit Tower. Lin Ming gasped as he suddenly became aware of this possibility. When he passed through the transmission array, he hadn't felt any dizziness at all. This was enough proof that the transmission array from a moment ago only went a short distance. So, it was likely that he was still in Skysplit Tower. There was a miniature world sealed within Skysplit Tower. Although his spatial ring could also be considered another sort of miniature world, that sort of world was extremely unstable. It could only last for a few 100,000 years, and not just that, but it couldn't contain living beings either. It was a completely different concept from this stable space in front of him. For there to be such a stable space sealed within Skysplit Tower that also contained the principles of laws and concepts, what sort of immense force was this? Lin Ming discovered that Skysplit Tower was filled with more and more mysteries, as if there were some earth-shaking secret behind it. Of course, this was not something he could even touch at his level. Thus he could only sigh at the thought. Now, comprehending the power of laws was the most important. As he slowly floated towards these blue rivers of light, he sank his sense within. Lin Ming could clearly feel the deep inherent fundamentals of thunder contained within. The blue river of light was completely made of thunder origin energy, but there was not a single arc of electricity. It could be said that this was the most original source of thunder in its most primitive state. A concept was a rule. In this world, nothing could be separated from these rules. From the passing of years, the changes of stars, from when a seed grew to a tree, from a mortal's life and death, everything, every change, was inseparable from these governing rules. A drop of water. A grain of sand. Everything contained the power of laws. Something that seemed simple was not always simple. As long as one unveiled the basis of these simplicities, all complexities could be reduced. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the side of the river of blue lights, entering into meditation. His consciousness was completely integrated into the river and into the power of thunder. The heretical god seed began to tremble, and the countless threads of thunder origin energy began to flow into Lin Ming's body from his acupoints. Slowly, Lin Ming's body was completely immersed in the river of blue light. He came into direct contact with the thunder origin energy, letting the vast energy inundate him. Lin Ming completely opened wide his body, opening his meridians and acupoints. He even opened up the gate of healing that he had traced as far as possible, letting the thunder origin energy savagely flow through his limbs and bones. With the existence of the heretical god seed, the violent thunder origin energy did not hurt Lin Ming at all. There was not a martial artist that would dare to do this. Not even a martial artist that had reached an 8th grade or even 9th grade thunder fusion compatibility could do this. Thunder origin energy was infamous for its savage and brutal nature. If one wished to enter this river of blue light, they would have to protect their body with true essence, otherwise their fragile organs and meridians wouldn't be able to withstand the baptism of thunder energy. As for releasing their protective true essence and coming into direct contact with the thunder origin energy, just who could do this in order to feel the mysteries within? Only Lin Ming could totally throw himself into this sea of thunder origin energy and use this method to comprehend the concept of thunder. Like this, Lin Ming floated in the river of blue lights, time passing without mind. Not knowing morning or night, or how many days had passed, Lin Ming stayed like this for dozens of days, letting everything around him fall away. It was like he had become a wisp of thunder origin energy, soaring between the heavens and earth, fusing into the vast ocean of origin energy. This is yin, yang. Lin Ming silently spoke these words. Originally, thunder origin energy was divided into yin and yang, negative and positive. Yin and yang both restrained and supported each other. When negative thunder origin energy collided with positive thunder origin energy, it would create a bolt of lightning. The so-called electric current was nothing more than yin and yang thunder origin energy flowing along each other. Lin Ming could feel the heretical god seed within his body vibrate. As he opened his eyes, his pupils flashed with the light of thunder, like a bolt of lightning in the pitch-dark sky. The power of yin and yang, that is the source of the power of thunder. Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear. As the violet electricity spirit bamboo came out, the surrounding thunder origin began to stir, forming a faint purple vortex. The 10,000-year violet electricity spirit bamboo was originally a spiritual plant bred within an environment of thunder origin energy. Here, it was no different than a flood dragon in the sea. The entire shaft of the purple comet spear began to issue out keening cries of excitement. Lin Ming's heart bloomed with fighting spirit. Energy flooded his body. He needed to release it. Go! Lin Ming suddenly thrust his spear out. But at this time, the energy that wrapped around the purple comet spear was no longer blood-drinking seals, but the radiant light of thunder. The concept of thunder had perfectly fused into this spear strike. Slaughter. With all of his will and potential concentrated on the purple comet spear, the heretical god seed within Lin Ming's body began to howl in glory. The divine demon thunder soul shot out, blending into the purple comet spear. At that moment, it was like Lin Ming had become the embodiment of thunder itself. Human and spear had gathered as one. The speed of this strike instantly reached a terrifying level. The air whistled. All was pierced to nothingness. Whoosh! In that moment, a purple electric light cut through the endless sky. 100 miles away, a light flashed, and the sky seemed to be split asunder by this thunder. Lin Ming and the purple comet spear had become the incarnation of lightning, stirring up all the thunder origin energy in the world. The power and speed of this strike was beyond amazing. This move, Lin Ming suddenly stopped, his eyes shining with excitement. With the heretical god seed as the foundation, by utilizing all the true essence and power of thunder within his body, completely concentrating his will and potential, integrating the divine demon thunder soul within the spear point, and all the while galvanizing the thunder origin energy of the world, with this, his speed and energy had erupted to the limit. This was his self-created move. Only a martial arts grandmaster could create their own legacy. This was the first self-created style of Lin Ming's. Of course, this move that he created had reverted to the slaughter techniques of the great desolate halberd art, as well as using the abnormal heretical god force arcane ability as the support. With Lin Ming's cultivation, the power of this self-created move shouldn't have been too great. But with the two abilities above as a basis, the power of this move was extremely terrifying. This was an ability created through a stroke of luck and inspiration. In a sense, this ability could not be copied. It was a move that belonged to Lin Ming and Lin Ming alone. It was impossible for others to learn this move, unless they also had the heretical god seed and divine demon thunder soul. This is my first self-created ability. Although I referenced others' styles, which martial arts grandmaster has not referred to other rare cultivation methods in order to create their own technique? This is a very good starting point. Once a martial artist created their own technique, no matter how powerful the moves of others were, they were still others. This sort of legacy was naturally created by the founder according to their individual situations. This ability would most suit that founder, and in their hand it would display the greatest might. If others were to use it, the power would inevitably decrease. But, a self-created move was different. The person who created it could bring out 100% of its power. The spear contains an inherent concept, causing the striking power to rise another level. This is nearly all because of the heretical god seed. This heretical god force is truly a top supernatural ability in the world. To think I was sitting on such a treasure and never knew how to use it before, that was such a waste. Lin Ming mocked himself. But in truth, Lin Ming couldn't really be blamed. This heretical god force was a divine supernatural ability that existed outside of the existing cultivation system. Trying to perceive it through meditation without any help or reference was not easy. Initially, when that supreme elder from the realm of the gods had found the heretical god force within an ancient site, he didn't have enough time to meditate on it, and in the end, he had perished in the siege of the verdant feather holy land. This is my first self-created ability. With the purple comet spear as the medium and the divine demon thunder as the vanguard, I can change my body into lightning, blending human and spear into one. This move, I will name Chasing Thunder. After creating an ability, one had to create a name for it. Using Chasing Thunder was appropriate. The speed of this technique approached a bolt of lightning. Fusing the concept of thunder into my slaughter path, I have created my Chasing Thunder. But what about other spear moves? Thinking this, Lin Ming's eyes shined brightly. As Lin Ming was comprehending the concept of thunder, an imp man was dining within a restaurant on the 3rd floor. He played with the folding fan in his hands, an apathetic smile on his face. The match declaration has been put down. Do you know who your opponent is? This imp was Kai Yang, one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. The large giant demon fellow in front of Kai Yang was Hong Zhong. As Hong Zhong heard Kai Yang's question, his eyes brightened. Does Sir Kai Yang know who my opponent is? The rules of Skysplit Tower stipulated that a martial artist of the 3rd floor had to participate in a match every 2 months. One could find their own opponent, or they could allow Skysplit Tower to arrange an opponent for them depending on the arrangement of strength. The majority of martial artists in Skysplit Tower were busy with their own cultivation, so the matches were mostly arranged by Skysplit Tower. Because of this, a martial artist might not know who their opponent was until the day of the match. This also prevented both sides from finding about the other. If one knew who their match was against, they could prepare ahead of time. Of course, this was the best. Hee, I naturally know. Kai Yang smiled. Kai Yang had pledged himself to High Lord Heian. In Skysplit Tower, that was the same as having access to the highest sources. Investigating the identity of an opponent was an easy matter. Hong Zhong's opponent was exactly Lin Ming. Well, it would be more precise to say that Kai Yang first investigated Lin Ming, and then found out that his match was this large giant demon fellow. Kai Yang drank some wine and languidly said, "Not only do I know, but I've also brought a battle array disc of his fight as well as details on him." The large giant demon fellow was stunned and then burst out in happiness. But as he thought of something, his happiness turned to bitterness. He said, "Does Sir Kai Yang have a liking for something of mine? Why would you provide me with information? I am merely a poor man." Haha. Kai Yang laughed as he patted Hong Zhong's shoulder. "No need to cry about being poor. For better or worse, you are still a top 50 ranked master of Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor. Not just that, but I also know you're hiding your strength. The truth is that with your ability, you can easily be in the top 30. Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor had 300 to 400 martial artists. A martial artist in the top 30 was absolutely in the upper echelons. Chapter 569, The First Match. Chapter 569, The First Match. Within Skysplit Tower, there was naturally a set of rules that governed the arrangement of a match. The difference in strength and ranking couldn't be too great, otherwise it would plainly be sending people to their death. No one wanted this. Thus, when arranging a fight for a newcomer, it was naturally impossible to match them against someone at such a high rank like the Heavenly Demon 7 stars. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convince the public that this was a legitimate system. On the 3rd floor, Xing Tian originally had a ranking at around 150. He could be considered to be in the middle to upper rankings. Since Lin Ming defeated Xing Tian, his strength was ranked around 120 to 130. But, Lin Ming had cultivated for 8 months on the 2nd floor before coming to the 3rd floor, thus Skysplit Tower's management was absolutely happy to overestimate his strength. After the 8 months of practice, they directly determined that his strength was in the top 50 rankings. This did not matter at all. Skysplit Tower especially looked for someone to fight Lin Ming, who was in the top 50 rankings and had hidden his strength. This was Hong Zhong. For Lin Ming to have such a match arranged against him for his first match, the person who did this naturally didn't have good intentions. As the giant demon fellow heard Kai Yang say that he was hiding his strength, his smile stiffened. He forced a laugh and said, "How can I be hiding my strength? Even if I'm hiding a move or two, it shouldn't enter into Sir Kai Yang's eyes. Then again, who here isn't hiding something? I would have to say I'm the worst of the bunch." Kai Yang chuckled and then immediately became a bit more serious. He said, "Fine, I won't play with you. Long story short, I don't want you to pay anything. As long as you kill your opponent and give me his spatial ring, then I will be satisfied." "What thing?" The large giant demon fellow's eyes widened. If this was something that could make Kai Yang move to action, then it was absolutely something extraordinary. If his opponent was weaker than him to begin with and he just had to exert a bit of strength to defeat him, then wouldn't giving Kai Yang such a precious object mean that he was being taken as a fool? Thus, Hong Zhong was naturally cautious. The imps were famous for their deceitful tricks and sinister methods. He didn't want to serve as someone's tool. "Ha ha, oh, Hong Zhong, you think that I'm going to trick you? I'll make things clear with you. This person, according to common sense, should be weaker than you. But he's someone that often surpasses that common sense, so, as Kai Yang spoke here, he trailed off, keeping Hong Zhong in anticipation. "Who is it?" Hong Zhong asked. "I might as well tell you. This person is Lin Ming. Him. He is a newcomer to the 3rd floor. His first match is against me." Hong Zhong was surprised. He had also heard about Lin Ming. Apparently he was the human that had defeated Xing Tian. His strength should be ranked somewhere around 100th on the 3rd floor. Of course, Lin Ming had practiced for over half a year, but the martial artists on the 3rd floor hadn't been sitting around doing nothing either. Who didn't practice well under pressure? Lin Ming could have improved some, but it shouldn't have been too much. This Lin Ming has offended someone? His first match is me, doesn't that mean he's being sent to death? Well, no matter, that just means that this father has benefited. Hong Zhong thought in his heart. Now, his mood was good. This could be called an easy victory. If he could end Lin Ming's winning streak, then he could also earn another 5 or 6 slaughter points. This was a great deal for him. Kai Yang correctly guessed Hong Zhong's thoughts. He smirked and said, "Do you think you've won?" On the 2nd floor, Xueman and Xing Tian also believed that. But they've both died. Hong Zhong thought otherwise in his heart. Lin Ming truly hadn't lost a single match on his way to the 3rd floor, but who on the 3rd floor wasn't the same? A win streak didn't mean anything. Hong Zhong realized what was happening. Since he didn't want to be taken advantage of, he braced himself and slowly said, "Sir Kai Yang, I am not Xing Tian. It seems like you don't believe me. In Lin Ming's spatial ring is an object called a soul bead. It's not too useful for you because it's mainly used to nourish one's soul force. You should be aware that my imp race is naturally talented in the soul force aspect. But as for you giant demons, you're considered quite weak. How about this? I'll give you 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. After you win, I'll buy that soul bead from you. How about it? 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals? Hong Zhong was shocked. Even to someone on the 3rd floor, that was a great amount of wealth. Before now, he had heard somewhere that Lin Ming was also skilled in the use of soul force, so it naturally made sense that he would have something like this soul bead. But he couldn't believe Kai Yang. Who knew whether or not this soul bead had other uses? If this was a treasure that even a high lord lusted over, then 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals were nothing. Besides these 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals, I can also lend you some demonic gold insects. If you can really easily defeat Lin Ming, then you can put out a price for the soul bead and we'll discuss it later. On the other hand, if you find this battle incomparably difficult and you have to depend on the demonic gold insects to win, then you will give me that soul bead for 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystal." Kai Yang's words could be considered sincere enough. Hong Zhong was also surprised. The rumored moody and violent Kai Yang was actually speaking to him with such a pleasant tone. These demonic gold insects were raised by Kai Yang with great care and cost. They were one of his final master moves. Yet, he was willing to lend them to him. Although Hong Zhong didn't think that he would need to use these demonic gold insects to fight against Lin Ming, he could at least take this opportunity to find and understand the weaknesses of these demonic gold insects. It would be of great help in the future if he had to deal with Kai Yang. Hong Zhong had his own ambitions. He wanted to become one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. As for Kai Yang, he was considered one of the low-ranked heavenly demon 7 stars. If he could replace him, raise his rankings, and also form some relations with a High Lord, then he would be able to enjoy all the cultivation resources of the 3rd floor. After thinking it over and over, Hong Zhong couldn't find out where he would have a loss. So, he finally agreed. Good. Since brother Kai Yang is so willing, then I gladly accept. Kai Yang smiled. Hong Zhong really didn't know what that black glass bead's origin was. If he knew that the bead had belonged to Xingtian, then his web of lies would come crumbling down. Xingtian was also a giant demon, so how could he keep a bead that nourished his soul force by his side? Kai Yang patted the spirit insect bag on his waist, and with a buzzing sound, a group of dark gold-colored insects flew out like smoke, surrounding the two. These were the demonic gold insects. The demonic gold insects had sharp teeth and looked fiercely vicious. They were the size of beans, and their bodies were covered all over with a dark golden carapace. This carapace was extremely hard and nearly invulnerable. This sort of insect had eaten a variety of rare metals growing up. The cost to raise them was extremely high. Normally, a martial artist could lose everything they had and not afford to cultivate them. Only a top martial artist like Kai Yang was able to raise such a small bag of them. Even then, there were only a few hundred in total. As Hong Zhong saw these demonic gold insects, his eyes brightened. If he could take such wonderfully strange insects for himself, then it would be great. In a battle where two sides were equally matched, releasing these insects would surely have fantastic effects. These are a battle array discs of Lin Ming's fights. There is a complete set here. You had better take this match seriously. Your opponent is not simple. Make sure that you don't overturn your boat in your confidence. Kai Yang tossed out a spatial ring. Inside was a complete battle array disc set of all of Lin Ming's battles ever since he entered Skysplit Tower. Don't worry. I will definitely help brother Kai Yang take this soul bead. Hong Zhong laughed and took the spatial ring in his hand. Time passed quickly. Already, 2 months had passed since Lin Ming first entered the 3rd floor. During this time period, Lin Ming had constantly been meditating and perceiving laws. He was becoming increasingly proficient in the power of his concepts. 2 months. According to Skysplit Tower's rules, every martial artist on the 3rd floor had to participate in a match every 2 months if they wished to stay on the 3rd floor. One could also apply to delay this. There were many martial artists that would go into closed-door seclusion for a long period of time. After coming out, they would need to complete all the matches that they owed. But, a normal martial artist wouldn't generally do this. For instance, if someone practiced for a year before coming out, then that meant they would need to fight 6 subsequent matches. To finish 6 matches in one day, that would take an enormous amount of energy. On Skysplit Tower's 1st and 2nd floors, fighting 3 or 4 matches in a row was not too great of a problem. But on the 3rd floor, no one was weak. Fighting 6 matches in a row was simply suicide. Within the martial arena, a black-clothed servant handed a jade slip to Lin Ming. Young hero Lin, this is your arranged match for today. It also has materials on your opponent. Hong Zhong. Lin Ming found this a bit suspicious. The so-called material was a truly pitiful amount. It only listed Hong Zhong's strength ranking in the 3rd floor at around rank 50, and mentioned that his heavenly demon tattoo was a late 6-winged heavenly demon. As for what cultivation method he used, what abilities he had, what his techniques were, or any information on battle array discs of his past fights, there was no mention at all. However, Lin Ming didn't care about this much. After he defeated Xingtian, he had cultivated diligently for 10 whole months. With the concept of thunder, his self-created move, as well as the most basic opening of the 8 inner hidden gates, he was confident in his own strength. Lin Wu wins. He has killed his opponent and thus obtained a 10-win streak and a slaughter point. For ending his opponent's 42-win winning streak, he obtains 4 slaughter points. This is 5 slaughter points altogether. A black-clothed old man loudly announced on the martial arena stage. Several staff went on stage to lift away Lin Wu's opponent. The arena stage that was stained with blood was a reminder of the cruel and tragic battle that had just occurred. As the victor, Lin Wu was covered in blood from head to toe. His energy consumption was great, and he was barely supporting himself with his last bit of energy. He quickly swallowed down some pills and started to adjust his breathing. Because killing an opponent granted a 10-win winning streak and just defeating an opponent granted a single winning streak, the fights between the martial artists of the third floor were usually filled with blood and chaos. These battles were nearly always competitions of life and death. Such a fight was an enormous pressure on a martial artist. Even a veteran martial artists who had experienced many similar battles found it hard to remain calm. As Lin Wu left the stage, a new martial artist jumped on stage. Every month on this day was when the third floor's martial arena was at its liveliest. There would be several dozen competitions carried out today. Lin Ming was just estimating the strength of the martial artists that just went on stage and comparing it to himself, when at this time, a loud and hoarse laugh sounded out from around him. He turned around to see a giant demon fellow. This person's body had used some unknown ink and their body was painted with seals. This giant demon fellow was looking at Lin Ming as he menacingly laughed, revealing his sharp fangs. Lin Ming frowned. He suddenly realized something and said, "Are you Hong Zhong? Smart. You are my opponent today. We will be fighting in the next round." "Oh, I'm glad I don't have to wait. Haha, you're quite confident in yourself. I don't know who you've offended for me to be your first match. Rest assured, I am not in the habit of torturing my opponents to death. I will give you a happy and simple death." Chapter 570, The Wonderful Effect of Concepts. Chapter 570, The Wonderful Effect of Concepts. To Hong Zhong, the current Lin Ming in front of him was nothing more than a pile of 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. Not just that, but Kai Yang had made a pledge. Once Hong Zhong was able to successfully obtain Lin Ming's spatial ring, he would introduce Hong Zhong to become a direct vassal under High Lord Heian. This condition by itself was able to greatly move Hong Zhong's ambitious heart. Once he climbed up into the High Lord's graces, then he could obtain a 20% discount, 30% discount, or even completely free use of practice resources. To Hong Zhong, although this soul bead probably had a great value, it was still an unknown object. How could it compare to visible benefits right in front of him? Thus at this moment, he was impatient to fight Lin Ming. Have I offended this fellow? Lin Ming turned his head. He didn't know what this Hong Zhong was being so antsy about. Inadvertently, Lin Ming saw Kai Yang in the arena, faintly smiling at him. Kai Yang. A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. These past days, he basically hadn't left his practice area, so Kai Yang didn't have a chance to do anything to him. But now that he had to enter the martial stage for a match, Kai Yang probably wouldn't let go of this chance to deal with him. Make your move. I'll follow along. Lin Ming didn't give a single care. Even if Kai Yang himself came, he wouldn't feel pressed at all. The battle on stage was evenly matched. Lin Ming was calmly watching this fight, when at this moment, a true essence sound transmission resounded in Lin Ming's ear. "Brother Lin." Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Ming turned to see that the one speaking to him was Muk Ji-yu. "Brother Muk. Brother Lin, today is your first match. I just found out your match 4 hours ago, so I've helped you gather some information." As Muk Ji-yu spoke, he handed Lin Ming a jade slip. "I was in a hurry, so there's a limited amount of information. Hurry and look at it." "Thank you." Lin Ming felt a bit of warmth in his heart. Although he was well aware that the reason Muk Ji-yu became friends with him was because he was looking forward to Lin Ming's promising future, no matter what the reason was, it was still a very gratifying and thankful matter to have a friend on the third floor. Lin Ming immersed his perception in the jade slip. Lin Ming didn't have the time to see much before the battle on stage was finally decided. It was a rare outcome. The strength of the two challengers was very close, so while both were mutually wounded, no one had died. If this was the first floor, then this match would probably lead to an outburst of boos and shouts. But on the third floor, the audience seemed to maintain an unanimous silence, an oppressive atmosphere filling the entire martial arena. This match is AOU's victory. The referee looked over the two challengers and made a decision on who had won. He then glanced at the audience and said, "Next match, Hong Zhong against Lin Ming." As Lin Ming's name was called out, a number of people in the stands paid closer attention to the stage. But this was only paying some attention. On the second floor, Lin Ming was king, as lofty as the sun, but on the third floor he was a relatively common existence. In the eyes of these martial artists, Lin Ming was indeed a top genius, but he was just too tender. If I remember correctly, this should be Lin Ming's first match. I didn't think he would have to fight against someone like Hong Zhong. Hong Zhong can be considered a hardened veteran of the third floor. His publicly listed strength is in the top 50, but no one knows how much strength he is hiding. It seems that Skysplit Tower's judges believe that Lin Ming's strength is also ranked in the top 50 on the third floor. I really have no idea what sort of measurements they are using for their evaluation. He's just a babyish newcomer from the second floor, and yet he's been arranged an opponent in the top 50 rankings. This Lin Ming simply has bad luck. A martial artist said, taking pleasure in Lin Ming's misfortune. The martial artists of Skysplit Tower certainly didn't want to see new talent grow. If they were unlucky, they might become these people's stepping stones. I think that Lin Ming has probably offended someone. But it's too early to say that Lin Ming's the one with bad luck. Let's take a look at the results first. Lin Ming tapped his toes and lightly floated on stage. On the opposite side, Hong Zhong grasped an overlord spear. He had already been waiting on stage. Spear to spear. But Lin Ming's purple comet spear was smaller than Hong Zhong's massive python-like overlord spear. Begin. Without any hype-building talk, the referee immediately started the match. Boy, you can consider meeting me your bad luck, now I'll take your life. Hong Zhong began to step forwards. With every step, his aura rose, and loud, rumbling noises filled the air like the drumbeat of a heart. Step by step, every step grew increasingly fearful. Even Lin Ming felt his own heart being faintly affected. What an amazing potential gathering step. Above the stage, Muk Gu's heart chilled. The martial artists of Skysplit Tower's third floor were not nobodies of their generation. Although this step seemed simple, it was in fact filled with layers upon layers of profound mysteries. If it were him and not Lin Ming on stage, then in the face of Hong Zhong, his own imposing aura would be completely suppressed. If his momentum was already suppressed before the fight truly began, then how could he even fight? Within the arena, many of the other martial artists present secretly praised Hong Zhong's steps in their heart. Even the normally arrogant and aloof Kai Yang revealed a toothy smile. However, Lin Ming only stood there on stage, seemingly not caring at all. This boy, just what is he doing? Hong Zhong frowned. Without a pause in his steps, his aura soon reached the limit. The overlord spear in his hands had gathered its maximum potential, it was poised for action. But at this moment, Hong Zhong suddenly felt as if his steps slowed down. He obviously should be going faster, but for some unknown reason, his movements couldn't catch up to his mind. His originally perfect rhythm, because of these slowed steps, had suddenly become disrupted. Thus, the aura that he had been gathering with every step had been destroyed. Millimeter? What's going on? Hong Zhong was greatly shocked. In that instant, he felt as if he had become incomparably slow. Although he hadn't been harmed in any way, his spear potential had broken apart. All of the surrounding martial artists were greatly shocked. As challengers of the third floor, those that were able to arrive here were geniuses of their generation. They naturally saw the mystery of what had happened just now. The concept of time. Yes. That monstrous freak Lin Ming has actually comprehended the laws of space and time. A martial artist suddenly remembered. They, too, had seen information on Lin Ming. Humph. It's only a superficial touch. Beside the martial artist, an outstanding Fey elite glowered. In terms of concepts, the Fey were naturally superior. But as a young Fey elite himself, he still hadn't been able to comprehend the concepts of space and time. Yet, this human had been able to do so. Of course he wasn't happy about this at all. However, the martial artist beside him hadn't understood the meaning behind the Fey youth's words. He continued to say, "It truly is just a tiny bit, but even this isn't easy. Not just that, but this simple superficial application of the concept of time was able to ruin Hongzhong's rhythm. This method of use is simply clever to the extreme." The more excited this martial artist became, the uglier the Fey youth's expression became. "What a good boy, it seems I had underestimated you. But so what if you can break my spear potential? I do not need to rely on that to suppress you, I can do that with absolute strength alone. Take my spear." Hongzhong gave a loud shot and the Overlord spear in his hands suddenly dropped from above, a great pressure following it. Billowing demon essence filled the air like a massive dark cloud. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light. The purple comet spear in his hands thrust forth like a bolt of lightning. Concept of thunder. This spear had no killing move accompanying it. There was only a purple electric light blazing above the shaft of the spear. Under the concept of thunder, the power of this electric light was incomparable with the past. Kyla. The purple comet spear and Overlord spear struck each other with their shafts. The Overlord spear suddenly stopped. A violent and raging power of thunder had sunk into Hongzhong's body. Hongzhong paused. It felt as his entire body was being paralyzed by this thunder. However, Hongzhong truly was a high-ranking master of the third floor. As he saw the purple comet spear thrusting towards his throat like a viper, he bit down on his tongue, forcefully sobering his body. "Get out." A spear thrust towards Lin Ming's front. Lin Ming took this chance to flip upside over. As he was in the air, his hands moved. Primeval spear strike. A spear thrust out. Blood-drinking seals danced in the air. After coming to Skysplit Tower, not only had the number of blood-drinking seals greatly increased, but with the death of powerhouses like Xueman and Xingtian to condense the blood-drinking seals, their might had sharply risen too. With this spear, blood-drinking seals shot out, twisting around like a spinning steel needle. Hongzhong's pupils shrank, inexplicably shocked. Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed his wildest imaginations. Bang! Demon essence completely erupted. Massive waves of demon essence appeared around Hongzhong. The runes on his body began to radiate a dazzling light. He had gone all out, releasing his most core cultivation method. Lin Ming sneered. "Heretical god force, open. CA." A spear shot out. Hongzhong blocked the purple comet spear, but the spinning vortex of blood-drinking seals had cut apart the waves of demon essence, shooting straight towards him. With the Overlord spear extended out, Hongzhong was completely unable to resist this attack with his spear. "Break for me," Hongzhong shouted. He punched out a fist. Flesh and blood against blood-drinking seals. Catcher. Dozens of blood-drinking seals were amazingly sent flying away with Hongzhong's punch. As for Hongzhong's fist, only the skin had been broken. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. What a solidly strong fist. But as Lin Ming was shocked, Hongzhong was more so shocked. That punch seemed normal, but in truth it had consumed a great deal of strength. He had used highly compressed demon essence hidden in his body to resist that attack. That was his sect's top defensive cultivation method, Great Bell Shield. But in that punch a moment ago, that Great Bell Shield had nearly broken apart. This boy. If he lives he will absolutely be a disaster. Hongzhong licked the blood off his fist, his eyes flashing with thick killing intent. "I didn't think I would be forced to this step. Since that's the case, I'll have you take my full and complete attack. This is the first time I've used this attack in Skysplit Tower." Kai Yang had already said that Hongzhong was hiding his strength. If he displayed his full strength, then Hongzhong could at least rank in the 30s, he could even challenge the top 30. Hongzhong's entire body began to issue crackling noises. His face became increasingly forced. His forehead became more prominent, and his fangs seemed to lengthen. All of the blue veins on his body began to twist like worms. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He could clearly feel the intense oppressive feeling that was being transmitting by the erupting aura within Hong Zhong's body. Skysplit Tower's third floor is truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A mere rank 40 to 50 Hong Zhong can actually have this strength. If it is the top 10, or one of the heavenly demon 7 stars, just how formidable would they become in this situation? Lin Ming's heart burned with fighting spirit. He decided to completely free the power of the heretical god force. Chapter 571, Demonic Gold Insects. Chapter 571, Demonic Gold Insects. Lin Ming's heretical god force had touched upon the second layer. The heretical god seed's ability to compress true essence had been enhanced, and the increase in strength and true essence had risen to another level. Added to Lin Ming's attempt to open the 8 inner hidden gates, his endurance and tenacity far exceeded what it used to be. Now, with just the heretical god force, Lin Ming's combat prowess was already extremely terrifying. As for his other abilities, Lin Ming didn't use them. He still had a long road to walk on the third floor. After compressed true essence erupted, Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear. The divine demon thunder soul completely fused into it, and a legion of blood-drinking seals drifted in the air. Billowing waves of true essence filled the air like an overwhelming tsunami. In front of Lin Ming, Hong Zhong's form suddenly appeared. He had spurred his demon essence to the limit. Heavenly shrine suppression. With his entire body wrapped in a cloak of black light, Hong Zhong was like the embodiment of a meteor as he came crashing down. This strike contained the noble concept of Earth. The giant demon race's talent did not lie in their comprehension of concepts. However, under such a top practice environment like Skysplit Tower's third floor, they could equally comprehend a concept that belonged to them. Outside of this concept, Hong Zhong's terrifying physical strength was even more outstanding, as well as his incomparably thick demon essence. With these three aspects as one, as soon as Hong Zhong used his strongest attack, the entire arena was covered with black clouds. It was like being pressed down by a massive mountain. What a magnificent move! The advantage of an overlord spear lies in its potential and ability to roll over all before it. This attack of Hong Zhong's exemplifies this truth. Hong Zhong was really hiding his strength well. From just this strike alone, his ranking could be in the top 30. How will Lin Ming defend against this? The martial artists in the arena patiently waited. In a fight between top masters, victory and defeat were often decided in an instant. The clash before was merely a probing attack. At the edge of the arena, Muk Ji-yu was also feeling anxious. This strike of Hong Zhong's was truly earth-shattering. Would Lin Ming really be able to defend against it? Facing this strike that contained the strength of the deep earth, Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit. Without any master ability, Lin Ming only relied upon the eminently great increase in strength given to him by the second layer of the heretical god force. Slaughter. His will and potential poured into this attack. Lin Ming was able to grasp the greatest strength of the great desolate halberd art. 100 blood-drinking seals completely fused into the purple comet spear. Lin Ming also wanted to see just what degree of power the great desolate blood halberd would reach after fusing the blood essence of so many masters of Skysplit Tower. Catcher. Hong Zhong's overwhelming momentum and billowing demon essence met Lin Ming's spear strike. Both attacks were in intense opposition, neither side backing down. Millimeter. Hong Zhong never thought that this strike, infused with all of his strength, would actually be blocked by Lin Ming. Break. Hong Zhong roared, and all of the demon essence within his body began to revolve past its bearing ability. He wanted to defeat Lin Ming's spear in a single move, but at this moment, several dazzlingly bright crimson blood-drinking seals cut towards him like flying knives. The blood-drinking seals tore through the cloud of demon essence, piercing straight towards Hong Zhong's chest. These blood-drinking seals were condensed from the sacrifice of Xueman and Xingtian. They were incomparably sharp. What? Hong Zhong was horrified. At this critical moment, his eyes turned blood red. He overdrew all of his demon essence in order to forcefully open the great bell shield. Kyla. The blood-drinking seal pierced through the top of Hong Zhong's shield, directly cutting it open. In his haste, this quickly conjured shield of Hong Zhong's was much more fragile than before. Hong Zhong gave a miserable cough as he was sent flying away. On his chest, a 2-foot-deep wound had been opened. His lungs had been cut, blood spurting everywhere. The entire audience was in a stupor. Lin Ming had not only blocked Hong Zhong's strike, but he had also counterattacked and wounded Hong Zhong. This 2-foot-deep wound was manageable to a giant demon. It wouldn't affect their combat ability too much. But if his lungs were cut this time, then what about the next time? Would his heart be cut open next? This fight, Hong Zhong was on the verge of defeat. Lin Ming withdrew the heretical god force, saving away the remaining true essence. The blood-drinking seals that danced in the air also melted back into Lin Ming's body without a trace. To Lin Ming, the great desolate halberd art wasn't just a technique used to kill, but also a cultivation method used to enhance his cultivation. Within the blood slaughter steps, using the great desolate halberd art to increase his cultivation was naturally much faster than using the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. Hong Zhong crawled up from the ground. Because of his burning rage, the seals tattooed on his face turned bright red. As he glared at Lin Ming, the brilliant shine in his eyes was that of a wounded vicious beast on the edge of craziness. Well done. You've forced my hand to this point. I didn't want to use this move, but now, I'll make sure not even your skeleton is left over. Oh. Didn't you just say a moment ago that that was your final hidden ability? Lin Ming mocked. A moment ago, when Hong Zhong was forced by Lin Ming to use the final hidden card he had spat out some ruthless words. He wanted to kill Lin Ming with that strike, but now that he had used his ability, Lin Ming was unharmed whilst he himself was seriously wounded. Now, whatever vicious words he said would just be a joke. It would be nothing more than the words of a coward putting up a front. I don't think Hong Zhong has much hope to win. His aura is much weaker than before. He's consumed too much demon essence. Even if he had another final move to use, it would just be a joke. I didn't think Lin Ming would win this. His strength is enough to advance into the top 30. This newcomer is too scary. As the audience around the stage were talking, at this time, no one present believed Hong Zhong would win. But, just as they started discussing the fight, all of them suddenly stopped. They saw that Hong Zhong had fished out an insect pouch from his waist. Spirit insects. When did Hong Zhong raise something like that? Buzz. As Hong Zhong opened the spirit insect bag, a group of dark golden insects flew out, looking like cloud of dark gold. Every spirit insect was the size of a bean, and they looked incomparably vicious. Seeing these, all of the surrounding martial artists were shocked. Demonic gold insect. Weren't these the spirit insects that the heavenly demon 7 stars Kai Yang cultivated? How did they end up in Hong Zhong's hands? The cost of raising these demonic gold insects was extremely high. Every time they was used, there would always be some loss. Losing dozens of them at a time was a normal occurrence. How could these be lent out to others? Much less this was the 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower, where everyone was always killing everyone else. Who would take their final last resort or hidden skill and let others study it? Wasn't that just a joke? Is Hong Zhong actually raising demonic gold insects? A martial artists found this hard to believe. A demonic gold insect was a wonderful and strange spirit insect. How could someone raise them just because they wanted to? Something's wrong. I'm certain that those are Kai Yang's demonic gold insect. Another martial artist said. He had seen many of Kai Yang's matches where the imp had let loose these demonic gold insects. His memory of these bugs was especially deep. However, no matter what the situation was, something was true without a doubt. Lin Ming was in danger. If that's true, then how did Kai Yang's demonic gold insects end up in Hong Zhong's hands? In the audience, Muk Ji-yu was worried. He glanced over at Kai Yang. Kai Yang was watching the match without the least bit of surprise on his face. If so, then that meant those demonic gold insects were really lent to Hong Zhong by Kai Yang. Their friendship shouldn't reach this degree. Why would this be happening? Muk Jiu couldn't understand why. But at this time on the arena stage, the demonic gold insects had already enveloped an area of dozens of feet around Lin Ming. The demonic gold insects ate all sorts of rare and precious metals as they grew, fusing the essence of these metals into their own carapaces. From top to bottom, their entire body was a weapon. Especially with so many of them. If a cloud of these demonic gold insects rushed at someone, perhaps not even their skeleton would be left. Lin Ming, go die. Hong Zhong chortled. The demonic gold insects buzzed as they rushed forwards, blocking every escape route. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Blood seal twisting murder. Blood-drinking seals shot out, forming a vortex in the air as sharp as a saber. With a clanging noise, a massive number of these demonic gold insects were sent flying back. However, although they were sent crashing dozens of feet away, some even breaking the ground in their fall, none of them were actually injured. In just several breaths of time, all of these demonic gold insects took to the air again. There were too many of these winged insects. The blood-drinking seals simply weren't able to strike all of them down. Dozens of these flying insects had come out unscathed. They gathered into a group, flying towards Lin Ming. Concept of space. Lin Ming's feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, instantly vanishing from where he was. In a situation with nearly no gaps, he had escaped the encirclement of these insects. The demonic gold insects struck the metal ground. In that instant, the metal floor that was supported by an array formation seemed to be melted away as if concentrated acid was poured atop it. A big hole appeared in the ground. If this sort of attack hit a person, there would absolutely be nothing left of them. Too fierce. Lin Ming couldn't help but acknowledge the strength of these insects. Not only were these demonic gold insects invulnerable to weapons, but their attack power was terrifying. This method of use could shake one's heart. Hihi, let's see where else you can hide. Hong Zhong shouted, carried away with the success of forcing Lin Ming away. Lin Ming looked at Hong Zhong, his eyes as sharp as sword. What? You want to attack my body instead? You are far too naive. Hong Zhong coldly snorted. The demonic gold insects formed a dark gold fog in front of him. If he commanded the demonic gold insects and left himself open to a fatal attack, then he would have been far too stupid. Defensive form. As Hong Zhong issued an order, the spirit insects in front of him began to change as their carapaces stretched out. The bean-sized spirit insects, after stretching out their carapaces, were now the size of pigeon eggs. With these insects stacked together, they formed a shield in front of Hong Zhong. Attack form. Hong Zhong issued out another order. Some of the demonic gold insects still buzzing in front of Lin Ming also changed. Their bodies changed, and suddenly a sharp drill horn appeared on them. Not just that, but this horn was also trembling, contained the power of a single law. The law of vibration. Lin Ming wasn't a stranger to the power of vibration. His flow like silk was the perfect manifestation of the power of vibration. Absolute defense and absolute attack. These demonic gold insects were originally spirit insects that could be used offensively and defensively. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. This method of fighting simply had no weaknesses. How could one break through this? The surrounding audience widened their eyes in rapt attention lest they miss a single detail. These tiny spirit insects actually hold so many mysteries. Those high-speed vibrating horns can probably easily pierce through a martial artist's protective true essence. If someone were to be drilled through by these insects, then the consequences would be fatal. Lin Ming grimaced. He had his own self-created move, the blood of the ancient phoenix, and the 8 inner hidden gates. He hadn't planned on using these 3 killer moves, but now he had no choice. Facing Hong Zhong and these demonic gold insects, Lin Ming could no longer hide these abilities. The purple comet spear in his hands lazy horizontally flat. Thunder sparkled on the shaft. The electric light seemed to be able to pierce through space itself. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.